A computer can do something that no king, no army, and no genius in all of history could do until astonishingly recently. It can follow a list of instructions perfectly, billions of times every second, without ever getting tired, bored, or making a careless mistake. That single ability, following instructions without understanding them, is the whole secret of the computer, and it has reshaped human life more completely and more quickly than almost anything else we have ever invented. In the span of a single human lifetime, we went from machines that filled entire rooms and could barely add numbers to machines small enough to sit in your pocket that hold the sum of human knowledge and talk back to you. This is the story of how that happened, and it is a much stranger and longer story than most people realize, because the computer was not invented in a garage in the 1970s or even in the 1940s. The ideas behind it reach back centuries through clockmakers and weavers and philosophers and code breakers, most of whom had no idea they were building toward anything like the machine you are holding. It is a story full of people who were decades or even a century ahead of their time, whose work was forgotten and then rediscovered, and of a few deep ideas that turned out to be far more powerful than anyone first guessed. And underneath all of it sits one idea so simple and so strange that it took humanity thousands of years to fully grasp it. The idea that a single machine, given the right instructions, could become any machine at all. So, to understand where the computer really comes from, we have to go back to the very beginning, to the problem that started everything, which is simply counting. For most of human history, doing arithmetic was hard, slow work, done by hand, and prone to error, and yet enormous things depended on getting it right, like trade, taxes, navigation, and the calendar. The earliest tool for it was the human hand, which is why we count in tens, and after that came simple aids like notched bones and pebbles. The word calculate itself coming from the Latin word for a little stone, because people once counted with stones. Then came the abacus, that frame of beads on rods that appeared in various forms across the ancient world. And it was a genuine leap because it let a trained user add and subtract large numbers quickly by sliding beads, storing the running total in the position of the beads themselves. The abacus is, in a small way, the ancestor of every computer because it does the one essential thing. It holds a number outside the human head in the physical position of parts of a machine so that the machine, not the mind, keeps track. For thousands of years, that was about as far as it went. Calculation remained a human skill, helped by simple tools, until the 1600s, when a few brilliant minds started asking whether a machine could do the arithmetic itself automatically. The first real success belonged to a young Frenchman named Blaise Pascal, who, around the year 1642, when he was still a teenager, built a mechanical calculator to help his father, who was a tax official drowning in sums. Pascal's machine was a box full of interlocking gears and wheels, each marked with the digits 0 through 9. And the clever heart of it was that when one wheel completed a full turn, from 9 back to 0, it nudged the next wheel along by 1, automatically carrying the 1, exactly the way you carry a digit when adding by hand. For the first time, a machine, not a person, was performing the logic of arithmetic. It could only add and subtract. It was expensive and temperamental, and it never sold well, but it proved something profound, that the steps of calculation were mechanical, that they could be built into gears, that thinking, at least this narrow kind of thinking, could be done by a machine. A few decades later, a German named Gottfried Leibniz, one of the great mathematicians and philosophers of the age, took the idea further and built a machine that could not only add and subtract, but multiply and divide as well, using a clever cylinder with stepped teeth. But Leibniz did something else that turned out to matter far more than his machine, though almost nobody noticed at the time. He became fascinated by a different way of writing numbers, using only 2 digits, 0 and 1, which we now call binary. In ordinary numbers, we use 10 different digits, but Leibniz realized you could represent any number at all using just 2 symbols by treating them as a code. This seemed like a mathematical curiosity, an elegant oddity with no real use. Leibniz could not have known that almost 300 years later, this 2-symbol system would become the native language of every computer on Earth, because a machine finds it far easier to handle just 2 states, on and off, than 10. The deepest idea in his work was not the gears at all. It was the realization that all numbers, and eventually all information, could be boiled down to nothing more than patterns of 2 symbols. There is one more invention from this early period that belongs in the story, and it did not come from a mathematician at all, but from the world of weaving, which seems like the last place a computer would be born. In the early 1800s, a French weaver named Joseph Marie Jacquard built a loom that could weave incredibly complex patterns into cloth automatically, and the way it worked is the crucial part. The pattern was encoded as a series of stiff cards with holes punched in them, and as the loom ran, it read these cards, with the pattern of holes deciding which threads were lifted and which were not for each pass of the shuttle. Change the cards, and the same loom would weave a completely different pattern, a flower instead of a portrait, without rebuilding the machine at all. Stop and think about what that means, because it is one of the most important ideas in this whole history. The behavior of the machine was no longer built into its physical parts. It was stored separately on the cards in a form that could be swapped out. The cards were, in a real sense, a program, and the loom was a machine that followed instructions fed to it from the outside. That single idea, separating the machine from the instructions it follows, is the beating heart of the computer, and it arrived, of all places, in a loom for making fancy cloth. The man who first tried to pull all of these threads together into a true computing machine was an irascible English genius named Charles Babbage, working in the 1830s, and he is one of the great tragic figures of this story because he imagined the computer more than 100 years before the technology existed to build it. Babbage was obsessed with a very practical problem. At the time, the numbers that ships used to navigate and that engineers and bankers relied on were printed in great books of mathematical tables, and those tables were calculated by hand by people, and they were riddled with errors, mistakes that could sink ships. Babbage, the story goes, was checking such tables one day, found them full of errors, and burst out wishing that they could be calculated by steam, by machine, free of human mistakes. So he set out to build a machine to do it, a hulking arrangement of brass gears called the difference engine, designed to compute those tables automatically and even print the results so that no human error could creep in at any stage. But while struggling to build the difference engine, Babbage had a far bigger idea, and it is the one that makes him the true grandfather of the computer. He conceived of a new machine which he called the analytical engine, and it was not just a calculator for one kind of problem. It was meant to be general purpose, a single machine that could be instructed to carry out any calculation whatsoever with the particular task fed in on punched cards, exactly like Jacquard's loom. His design had all the essential parts of a modern computer, described in the language of his day. It had what he called the store, where numbers were held, which is exactly what we now call memory. It had the mail, where the actual arithmetic was done, which is exactly what we now call the processor, the central chip in your devices. It could make decisions, doing one thing if a number was positive and another if it was negative, which is the ability to branch that every program depends on. And it took its instructions from punched cards, a program fed in from outside. Babbage had designed, on paper in the 1830s, a machine with the same basic architecture as the computer on your desk. It was to be powered by steam and built of brass, and it was so far ahead of its time that the engineering of the age simply could not build it. The full analytical engine was never completed in his lifetime, and he died with his great machine, existing only as thousands of pages of drawings. The person who understood the analytical engine most deeply was not Babbage himself, but a young woman named Ada Lovelace, the daughter of the famous poet Lord Byron, who was a gifted mathematician at a time when women were almost entirely shut out of science. She became fascinated by Babbage's machine, and when she translated an article about it from French, she added a long set of notes of her own that turned out to be far more important than the original article. In those notes, she wrote out in careful detail how the analytical engine could be instructed step by step to calculate a particular complicated sequence of numbers, and that detailed sequence of instructions is widely considered the first computer program ever written, more than a century before there was a working computer to run it. But her real genius was a leap of imagination that even Babbage may not have fully made. She realized that the machine did not have to be limited to numbers at all. If you could represent other things, like letters or musical notes, as numbers, then the machine could manipulate those too. She wrote that the engine might one day compose elaborate pieces of music of any complexity. She had seen, alone in the 1840s, that a computer is not really a calculator. It is a machine for manipulating symbols of any kind, and that the symbols could stand for anything, for music, for language, for art. That is the vision we are living inside today, and she saw it before a single computer existed. While Babbage and Lovelace were imagining machines, another Englishman was steadily building the logical foundation that all future computers would stand on, though he had no interest in machines at all. His name was George Boole, and around the year 1854, he wrote a book with the grand title of An Investigation into the Laws of Thought. What Boole did was take logic, the ancient business of reasoning, of true and false, of and, or, and not, and turn it into a kind of mathematics, a system where you could calculate with truth and falsehood the way you calculate with numbers. In his system, statements could only be true or false, which you might write as 1 or 0, and you could combine them with simple operations. Two things being both true and gives true only when both inputs are true, and or gives true when at least one is, and not simply flips true to false. This seemed like pure abstract philosophy, of no practical use to anyone. But here is the astonishing connection that would not be made for nearly a century. Those simple logical operations, and, or, and not, working on ones and zeros, are exactly what the circuits inside every computer do, millions or billions of times a second. Boole had written down the rulebook for digital logic decades before there was anything to run it on. When engineers finally built electronic circuits that could be either on or off, they discovered that Boole's century-old logic was the perfect language to describe and control them. Every chip in existence is, at its core, a vast cathedral of Boole's three little operations, repeated and combined beyond counting. The last piece of the early story comes from a very ordinary place, the problem of counting people. By the late 1800s, the United States Census, the great count of the population taken every 10 years, had become a nightmare. The country was growing so fast that the count taken in the year 1880 had taken most of a decade to tally by hand, and officials feared the next one would not be finished before the following census was due. A young inventor named Herman Hollerith came up with a solution that reached straight back to Jacquard's loom. He recorded each person's information as a pattern of holes punched in a card, and then built electric machines that could read those cards, sense the holes, and count and sort them at electrical speed. With his punched card machines, the census of the year 1890 was tallied in a fraction of the time, a massive practical triumph. Hollerith's success showed the world that these machines were not just curiosities for mathematicians, but powerful business tools that could handle the records of an entire nation. And the company he founded to sell them after some mergers, would eventually be renamed the International Business Machines Corporation, which the world now knows simply as IBM. So one of the giants that would dominate computing for most of the 20th century was born not from a grand theory, but from the very practical need to count a growing country using punched cards descended from a French weaving loom. It is worth slowing down here because alongside the machines that count in whole steps, there was a whole other tradition of calculating that worked in a completely different way, and it powered science and engineering for centuries. It began with a Scottish mathematician named John Napier, who, in the year 1614, published one of the most useful mathematical inventions ever, the logarithm. The idea behind logarithms is that they turn the hard work of multiplying and dividing huge numbers into the much easier work of adding and subtracting by translating numbers into a different scale. This was a colossal labor-saving device for astronomers, navigators, and anyone who had to multiply enormous figures by hand, and it is said to have effectively doubled the working life of astronomers by sparing them years of tedious calculation. Napier's logarithms led directly to a tool that became the symbol of the engineer for over 300 years, the slide rule. A slide rule is two ruler-like scales that slide past each other, marked not evenly but according to logarithms, so that by lining up the scales you can multiply, divide, and do far more just by sliding and reading. It is an analog device, meaning it represents numbers not as discrete digits but as smooth physical lengths, and a skilled user could calculate astonishingly fast with one. This humble sliding stick was used to design bridges, buildings, aircraft, and engines, and, remarkably, it was still in the pockets of the engineers who designed the rockets and spacecraft that carried astronauts to the moon. The most advanced engineering project in human history up to that point was worked out in large part on slide rules, and they were only finally retired when the cheap electronic calculator arrived in the 1970s and made them obsolete almost overnight. There were also forgotten pioneers of the digit-by-digit machines, people whose work was lost and only rediscovered much later. A German named Wilhelm Schickard, for example, appears to have built a working mechanical calculator with automatic carrying around the year 1623, 2 decades before Pascal, but his machine and its plans were lost, his letters describing it forgotten for centuries, so he received no credit in his own time, and the honor went to Pascal instead. This is a recurring theme in the history of computing, that the same idea often occurs to several people, and that who gets remembered can come down to nothing more than whose work happened to survive and be noticed. History is not always fair about who it crowns, and it is worth saying what eventually became of Babbage's grand dream, the analytical engine that was never built. For over a century, some assumed Babbage had been a brilliant dreamer whose designs could never actually have worked, that he was chasing a fantasy. Then, to settle the question, a museum in London undertook to build one of his machines, the difference engine, exactly to his original 19th century plans, using only materials and tolerances available in his own time. They finished it near the end of the 20th century, and it worked flawlessly, calculating and printing results just as Babbage had said it would. A clanking tower of thousands of bronze parts, weighing several tons. Babbage had been right all along. The machine in his head was sound. He had simply been born into a century that could not yet build what he could imagine, the saddest possible position for an inventor to be in, and it took 150 years to prove him correct. But the single most important idea, connecting the abstract logic of Boole to the actual electrical machines that were coming, arrived from a quiet American genius named Claude Shannon, and his contribution is so central that he deserves to stand alongside Turing, even though far fewer people know his name. In the year 1937, while still a graduate student, Shannon wrote what many consider the most important master's thesis ever written. He had noticed that the electrical switching circuits used in telephone systems, networks of switches that could be open or closed, behaved exactly like the true and false logic that George Boole had written down decades earlier. Open and close could stand for false and true, and you could wire switches together to perform Boole's logical operations, his ands and ors and nots, physically with electricity. Shannon proved that any logical operation, no matter how complex, could be built out of these simple electrical switches. This is the bridge that the entire digital world crosses. It means you can build a machine that does logic and therefore arithmetic and therefore anything computable purely out of electrical switches, which are exactly what transistors are. Every digital chip ever made is a direct descendant of Shannon's insight that electricity could do Boole's logic. Shannon was not finished because about a decade later, in the year 1948, he founded an entire new science almost single-handedly in a paper on what he called the mathematical theory of communication, now known as information theory. Before Shannon, information was a vague idea. He made it a precise, measurable quantity. He pinned down the basic unit of information, the choice between two possibilities, and gave it the name that now sits at the heart of the digital age, the bit. Every file size, every download speed, every measure of digital storage, counted in bits and bytes, traces directly back to Shannon. But he did far more than name the unit. He proved deep laws about information itself, showing exactly how much a message can be compressed without losing anything, and, astonishingly, proving that you can send information over a noisy, unreliable channel and still get it through perfectly, with no errors at all, if you encode it cleverly enough. That single result is why a scratch disk can still play, why a weak signal can still carry a clear call, and why data can cross the entire internet and arrive intact. Shannon had discovered the rules that govern information the way the laws of physics govern matter, and almost everything digital runs on the foundation he laid. The deepest idea of all, though, was still missing, and it arrived in the year 1936 from a quiet eccentric young English mathematician named Alan Turing, who was not trying to build a computer at all. He was trying to settle a deep question in pure logic, a question posed by David Hilbert, the same Hilbert from the world of unsolved problems, about whether there could be a single mechanical procedure that could decide for any mathematical statement whether it was provable. To attack this, Turing needed to pin down exactly what a mechanical procedure even is, what it means to follow a definite step-by-step method. And in doing so, he invented one of the most important ideas in the history of human thought. He imagined the simplest possible machine that could carry out any step-by-step procedure. Picture an endless strip of tape divided into squares with a little head that can move along the tape, read the symbol in a square, write a new symbol, and move left or right, all according to a simple table of rules. That is the entire machine. It sounds almost insultingly basic, far too simple to do anything interesting, and yet Turing proved something staggering. This bare-bones device, now called a Turing machine, could carry out any calculation that any step-by-step procedure could ever describe. Anything that can be computed at all by any method, by any machine, however complicated, could in principle be computed by this simple imaginary device, given the right rules and enough tape. He had captured the very idea of computation itself in its purest form, but the truly explosive insight came next, and it is the single most important idea in this entire story, the one I mentioned at the very start. Turing realized that you could design one special Turing machine that could read from its own tape a description of any other Turing machine and then perfectly imitate it. In other words, you could build a single machine that, by being fed different sets of instructions, could become any machine at all. One device that could be a calculator, then a typewriter, then a game, then anything else, not by being rebuilt, but simply by being given different instructions. He called it the universal machine, and it is the reason the device in your hand can be a phone, a camera, a library, a cinema, a game console, and 1,000 other things, all without changing a single piece of its hardware. You just give it different software. Every computer that has ever been built is, at heart, a physical version of Turing's universal machine, and the entire world of software, the apps, the programs, the operating systems, exists because Turing proved on paper, in the abstract, that one machine could be all machines. Hardware is the universal machine. Software is the instructions that tell it which machine to be today. There is one more piece of Turing's 1936 work that is just as profound, and it connects straight to the limits of mathematics. In the very act of defining computation, Turing also proved that there are things no computer can ever do, no matter how powerful. He showed that there is no general method, no program that can look at any other program and reliably decide whether that program will eventually finish or run forever. The famous halting problem. This was not a limitation of slow or small machines. It was a hard, permanent boundary on computation itself, proven before computers even existed. So, Turing, in a single paper, pinned down what a computer is, proved that one universal machine could simulate all others, and mapped out the absolute limits of what any computer could ever achieve. He did all of this as abstract logic, with no intention of building anything. He was a pure mathematician answering a question about proof. And yet, he had written the founding document of the computer age several years before the first real electronic computer was switched on. The machine you are using is, in the most literal sense, Turing's idea made out of silicon. It is worth pausing on how strange this is, because it shows something deep about how breakthroughs happen. The most important idea behind a computer, the concept of a universal programmable machine, did not come from someone trying to build a better calculator or a faster business machine. It came from someone wrestling with an abstract puzzle about the foundations of mathematics, a puzzle that seemed to have nothing to do with technology at all. Turing was chasing the question of what can be proven, and he stumbled onto the question of what can be computed, and in answering it, he handed the world the blueprint for a machine that would remake civilization. This happens again and again in this history. The deepest practical revolutions often grow out of the most useless seeming theoretical questions, pursued for no reason other than curiosity. And within just a few years, the abstract universal machine that Turing had imagined would be dragged urgently and violently into the real world, because the world had gone to war and codes needed breaking. When the Second World War broke out, the abstract question of computation suddenly became a matter of life and death, because the war was, to a degree people rarely appreciate, a war of codes. The German military sent its orders using a machine called Enigma, which scrambled each message into gibberish using a set of rotating wheels, and the settings changed every single day, giving an astronomical number of possible ways the message could have been scrambled. To anyone intercepting the signal, it was meaningless noise, and the Germans believed it was effectively unbreakable. Breaking it meant searching through more possibilities than any team of humans could ever check by hand in the few hours before the settings changed again. It was, in essence, a computing problem, and the British gathered a secret team of mathematicians, chess champions, and puzzle solvers at a country estate called Bletchley Park to solve it, with Alan Turing himself among the leaders. Turing and his colleagues designed a machine called the bomb, an electromechanical device that could race through enormous numbers of possible Enigma settings, rapidly ruling out the ones that could not be right, and zeroing in on the day's actual settings fast enough to read the German messages while they still mattered. It was not a general purpose computer in Turing's universal sense, but it was a machine doing in hours what would have taken humans far longer than the war would last. And the payoff was immense. Being able to read the enemy's secret orders, especially the messages directing the submarine attacks on supply ships in the Atlantic, is widely believed by historians to have shortened the war by years and saved a vast number of lives. The work was so secret that it stayed classified for decades, which means that Turing and the people of Bletchley Park got essentially no public credit in their lifetimes for one of the most important achievements of the war. It is one of the quieter injustices of the story that some of the founders of computing did world-changing work that they were forbidden to ever talk about. There was an even more advanced machine at Bletchley, built to break a different and tougher German code used for the highest level messages. This machine, called Colossus, up and running by early 1944, was genuinely revolutionary because instead of mechanical relays and spinning wheels, it used over 1,000 electronic vacuum tubes, glowing glass valves that could switch on and off with no moving parts, thousands of times faster than any mechanical part could move. Built largely by an engineer named Tommy Flowers, Colossus is now recognized as the first large-scale electronic digital computer in the world. It could be reprogrammed after a fashion by setting switches and plugs to attack the code in different ways. Like the bomb, it was a tightly guarded secret, and after the war, the British government ordered most of the Colossus machines destroyed, and the work kept silent for 30 years, which is why, for decades, the credit for the first electronic computer went elsewhere, and why Flowers and his team went unrecognized for so long. The first electronic computer was a war secret, smashed to pieces and erased from the record almost as soon as it had served its purpose. Across the Atlantic, the Americans were building their own electronic giant, and because it was not wrapped in the same secrecy, it became far more famous. It was called ENIAC, finished in the year 1945 at the university in Pennsylvania, and it was a monster, filling a large room, weighing about 30 tons, and containing nearly 18,000 vacuum tubes that gave off so much heat. The room needed serious cooling, with tubes burning out so often that keeping it running was a constant battle. ENIAC was built to calculate the firing tables for artillery, the same kind of tedious mathematical tables that had tormented Babbage a century earlier, and it could do in seconds what took a human days. But it had a serious limitation that points to the next great leap. To give ENIAC a new task, you did not simply type in a new program. You had to physically rewire it, unplugging and replugging hundreds of cables and resetting thousands of switches by hand, a job that could take days. The instructions were not stored inside the machine. They were built into its physical wiring, which had to be torn down and rebuilt for every new problem. It is worth knowing who actually did that rewiring, because it corrects a long-standing blind spot. The work of programming ENIAC, figuring out how to break a problem into steps, and then physically setting up the machine to carry them out was done largely by a team of 6 women, mathematicians, who had been hired during the war to calculate by hand and who became, in effect, some of the world's first computer programmers. For a long time, they were left out of the story, sometimes even mistaken in photographs for models posing beside the machine, when in fact they were the ones who made it work. They had to understand the machine intimately, with no manuals and no programming languages, inventing the techniques of programming as they went. As we will keep seeing, the history of computing is full of people, and especially women, whose essential contributions were overlooked for decades, from Ada Lovelace at the very beginning onward. It should also be said that the computer did not have a single tidy birthplace or inventor, because several people in several countries were converging on similar ideas at the same time, often in isolation, cut off by the war. In Germany, an engineer named Konrad Zuse, working almost alone in his parents' apartment, had built a programmable calculating machine called the Z3 as early as the year 1941, using telephone relays, and it is considered by some the first programmable digital computer, though it was destroyed in a bombing raid and its significance was not widely recognized for years. In the United States, a physicist named John Atanasoff had built an early electronic computing device for solving equations a few years before ENIAC. The point is that by the early 1940s, the idea of an electronic computing machine was, in a sense, in the air, being reached for independently by clever people wherever the pressure of the war or of hard mathematics pushed hardest. But all of these early machines, however impressive, shared the same deep limitation as ENIAC, or were too special purpose to be truly universal. The instructions lived outside the machine, in wiring or cards or switches. The final, crucial idea, the one that would turn these powerful calculators into true computers in Turing's universal sense, was about to click into place, and it would define the shape of every computer built since. There is more to the code-breaking story than the British effort, because the first people to break the German Enigma machine were not at Bletchley Park at all, but in Poland, years before the war even began. A brilliant Polish mathematician named Marian Rejewski and his colleagues, using clever mathematics and a great deal of insight, managed to work out the inner wiring of the Enigma machine in the early 1930s and to read German messages, an extraordinary achievement done with almost no resources. As the threat of invasion grew, the Polish codebreakers made a momentous decision and, just weeks before the war broke out, shared everything they had learned with British and French intelligence, handing over their methods and even reconstructed Enigma machines. This gift gave Bletchley Park an enormous head start, and the British work built directly on the Polish foundation. It is a part of the story that was overlooked for a long time, and it deserves to be remembered, because without those Polish mathematicians, the later triumphs at Bletchley might never have happened, or might have come too late. It is also worth correcting the impression that the early machines all came from the war effort alone, because around the same time in the United States, a large electromechanical computer called the Harvard Mark I was built in partnership with IBM and switched on in the year 1944. It was a giant, over 50 feet long, clattering with relays, and it was used for wartime calculations. One of its first and most important programmers was Grace Hopper, the same naval officer who would go on to pioneer the idea of the compiler and readable programming languages, and it was on a later machine in this line that the famous moth, the original computer bug, was found. The point is that in the 1940s, the modern computer was being born in several places at once, out of the pressures of war and the deep pockets of governments and corporations, with no single tidy birthplace. But we cannot leave the war years without returning to Alan Turing, because his story has an ending that is one of the great tragedies and great shames in the history of science. After the war, having done work that helped save countless lives, and having laid the theoretical foundations of the computer, Turing continued his pioneering research, helping design early computers and thinking deeply about machine intelligence. And then, in the year 1952, he was prosecuted by the British government for being homosexual, which was then a crime under British law. He was convicted and given a brutal choice between prison and a course of hormone treatment, and he accepted the treatment. He was stripped of his security clearance, shut out of the secret government work he had done so much for, and treated as a danger rather than a hero. In the year 1954, Alan Turing died, apparently having taken his own life at the age of just 41. The man who had done more than almost anyone to win the war and to invent the computer was hounded to an early death by the very country he had served for nothing more than who he was. It took a long time for the world to reckon with this. The secrecy around his wartime work meant that for decades the public had no idea what he had done, and the injustice of his treatment went largely unacknowledged. Only in the 21st century did the British government formally apologize for the way he had been treated, and later grant him a posthumous royal pardon, with a law that followed pardoning thousands of other men convicted under the same cruel statute, now sometimes carrying his name. Today, Turing is widely honored as one of the towering figures of the 20th century, his face on the currency, his name on buildings and awards, his ideas at the foundation of the device in your hand. But the honors came far too late for the man himself, and his story stands as a permanent reminder of how badly a society can treat its own geniuses, and of how much can be lost when it does. If anything in this is heavy for you, it is worth reaching out to someone you trust, setting the human tragedy beside the technical triumph. The 1940s left the world with the essential pieces all in place. There was Turing's proof that a universal machine could exist and his map of what it could and could not do. There was Shannon's bridge from logic to electrical circuits and his theory of information. There was the electronic vacuum tube computer, demonstrated by Colossus and ENIAC, and there was the stored program idea, about to be made real. Everything needed for the modern computer had been discovered or invented, mostly under the terrible pressure of a world war. What remained was to build it into something reliable, to shrink it, and to find out what an ordinary world at peace would do with a universal machine. But first, one more idea had to fall into place, the one that would turn these powerful calculators into true universal machines. The breakthrough that turned these powerful but clumsy calculators into true universal machines is an idea so simple that once you hear it, it seems obvious, and yet it changed everything. The idea is called the stored program, and it says this: instead of building the instructions into the machine's wiring or feeding them in on cards while it runs, you store the program inside the machine's own memory in exactly the same place and in exactly the same form as the numbers it is working on. The instructions become just another kind of data sitting in memory that the machine reads one by one and obeys. This sounds like a small technical change, and it is the difference between a fancy calculator and a real computer. Think about why it matters so much. If the program lives in memory alongside the data, then to give the machine a completely new task, you no longer rewire it for days. You just load a different set of instructions into memory, which takes moments. The same physical machine can switch from one job to a totally different one in the blink of an eye, simply by reading different instructions out of its memory. This is Turing's universal machine made real, the one device that can become any device. And the stored program idea is exactly how you build it in practice. There is an even deeper consequence, almost philosophical, because the instructions are stored as ordinary data. A program can read, change, and even write other programs, including itself, treating instructions as numbers to be manipulated. This is the foundation of nearly all modern software, of programs that compile other programs, of systems that update and rewrite themselves. The line between the doing and the instructions for doing was erased, and that erasure is the soul of the modern computer. This idea came together in the middle of the 1940s among the people working on and around ENIAC, and it was famously written down in a 1945 report drafted by the brilliant mathematician John von Neumann, summarizing the design for a next machine. That report spread widely and was enormously influential, and to this day, the basic blueprint it described, a single memory holding both instructions and data, a processing unit that does the arithmetic and logic, and a control unit that fetches and carries out instructions, one after another, is called the von Neumann architecture. Almost every computer built since follows this basic plan. There is a long-running unfairness in the naming, though, because the core ideas grew out of the work of many people, including the ENIAC engineers and the earlier insights of Turing. And von Neumann's name ended up attached to a design that was very much a collective achievement. Credit in the history of computing has a way of clumping around a few famous names, while the larger crowd who did the work fades into the background, a pattern we have already seen and will see again. The first machines to actually run a program stored in their own memory appeared in Britain in the late 1940s. A small experimental machine at the University of Manchester, affectionately nicknamed the Baby, ran the world's first stored program in the year 1948, executing a short sequence of instructions held in an early form of electronic memory. It was a bare-bones test machine that did almost nothing useful, but the moment it worked, the modern computer existed for the first time, a machine holding its own instructions and obeying them. The next year, a machine at Cambridge called EDSAC began doing real, practical calculations for scientists as a stored program computer. The age of true computers had begun, even if these early machines were still enormous, fragile assemblies of glowing vacuum tubes, tended by teams of engineers and capable of less than a modern pocket calculator. For the next decade or so, the computer was a rare, gigantic, and astronomically expensive thing, found only in a handful of universities, government agencies, and the largest corporations. These machines were built from thousands of vacuum tubes, and the tubes were the great weakness of the whole enterprise. They were bulky, they drew enormous power, they threw off tremendous heat, and worst of all, they were unreliable, burning out like light bulbs, so that a big machine might suffer a failure every few hours, as one tube or another died and had to be hunted down and replaced. A computer of that era could fill a room, cost as much as a building, and still spend a good fraction of its time broken. As long as computers were made of vacuum tubes, they could never be small, cheap, or reliable enough to spread beyond a tiny elite of institutions. But even while they remained giant, fragile, tube-filled machines, computers were about to step out of the laboratory and become a business. The first computers had been built for science, war, and government, but in the early 1950s, they crossed into the world of business, and the machine that led the way was called UNIVAC, the first computer built and sold commercially in the United States. It announced itself to the public in the most dramatic way imaginable. On election night in the year 1952, an American television network borrowed a UNIVAC to predict the outcome of the presidential race live on air. Based on only a small fraction of the early returns, the machine predicted a massive landslide for Eisenhower, a result so lopsided that the network's own experts did not believe it and held back the prediction, assuming the machine was wrong. When the real results came in as an enormous landslide, exactly as the computer had said, they had to admit on air that the machine had been right and the humans wrong. Overnight, millions of ordinary people saw what a computer could do, and the word entered the public imagination, often described in the newspapers of the day with a mix of awe and unease as a giant electronic brain. This is the moment the computer industry truly began, and the company that came to rule it was IBM, which made a shrewd and total pivot from its old punched card tabulating machines to the new electronic computers. IBM had the sales force, the business relationships, and the deep pockets to put computers into corporations across the country, and its early machines became the workhorses of American business, handling payroll, accounting, and records on a scale never before possible. One of its early models became, in effect, the first mass produced computer, the machine that introduced a great many companies and universities to computing for the first time. Within a decade, the computer went from a handful of one off laboratory giants to a product with a real market, salesmen, and competitors, and the foundations of a multi-billion-dollar industry were laid. All of these early machines faced one common and surprisingly stubborn problem, which was memory. The question of how to store numbers and instructions in a form the machine could read and change quickly. The earliest methods were strange and delicate. Some machines stored data as sound pulses racing through tubes of liquid mercury, the bits literally circulating as ripples. Others used the glowing dots on a kind of television tube. These worked barely, but they were fussy and limited. The breakthrough that gave computers reliable memory for the next 20 years was magnetic core memory, in which each bit was stored in a tiny ring of magnetic material, magnetized one way for a 1 and the other way for a 0, with wires threaded through grids of these rings. The astonishing thing is that these grids, holding the precious memory of the most advanced machines on Earth, were woven by hand, largely by women with the fine skills needed to thread thousands of tiny wires through thousands of tiny rings. For 2 decades, the memory of the computer age was quite literally hand-stitched. There is a small but meaningful shift in language buried in this part of the story that captures the whole transformation. The word computer originally referred to a person, a human being whose job was to sit and perform calculations by hand, often for hours a day, and these human computers, frequently women, had done essential work for science, engineering, and the military for generations, calculating everything from navigation tables to the trajectories of shells. As the electronic machines took over that work, the word computer slid from meaning a person who computes to meaning a machine that computes, and the human computers, an entire profession, gradually disappeared, with some of them becoming the first programmers of the very machines that replaced them. It is a quiet early example of a pattern that would repeat throughout this story and is very much with us today, of machines taking over work that people used to do, and of the people involved having to find a new place alongside the machines they helped create. By the early 1960s, then, the computer was an established, if enormous and expensive, fixture of large institutions. It had a memory, it had commercial momentum, it had an industry around it, and it had captured the public imagination as a mysterious electronic brain. But it was still a machine you fed problems to and waited on, often by handing a stack of punched cards to an operator and coming back hours later for the printout. The computer was powerful but remote, locked away in air-conditioned rooms, tended by specialists. The long road from that distant, institutional giant to the friendly, personal, instantly responsive machine in your pocket would be paved by the relentless shrinking of the chip, but it would also require a complete rethinking of how a person and a computer talk to each other, and of who computers were even for. The thing that would finally make the computer small arrived in the year 1947 at a research laboratory in the United States called Bell Labs, and it is one of the most important inventions of the entire 20th century. The transistor, the replacement for the bulky, hot, unreliable vacuum tube. We met it briefly in the story of physics because it came straight out of the quantum understanding of how electrons move through certain crystals called semiconductors. A transistor is a tiny switch with no moving parts, a sliver of specially treated material that can either let electricity flow or block it, and can flip between the two states with a small control signal, doing exactly the job of a vacuum tube, but in a fraction of the space, with a fraction of the power, and almost none of the heat or fragility. Three physicists at Bell Labs built the first working one, and it earned them a Nobel Prize because they had found the building block that the entire future of electronics would be made from. The transistor could be made small, it sipped power, it ran cool, and it did not burn out. Everything about the computer that had been impossible with vacuum tubes being small, cheap, and reliable suddenly became possible. But the transistor alone was not enough, because as engineers tried to build more powerful machines, they ran into a maddening new problem, sometimes called the tyranny of numbers. A more capable computer needed more transistors, and every single transistor had to be wired by hand to its neighbors with tiny soldered connections. A complex circuit might need tens of thousands of components, each joined by hand, and the sheer number of connections became a nightmare, prone to error, impossible to make smaller, and a hard ceiling on how complicated a machine could get. You could make the transistors tiny, but you still had to connect them, and the wiring was strangling progress. The answer, when it came, was beautiful in its simplicity. Instead of making separate transistors and wiring them together, what if you made all of them and the wires connecting them out of a single piece of material all at once as one integrated unit? This was the integrated circuit, the microchip, and it was invented at almost the same moment, around the years 1958 and 1959, by two people working separately. Jack Kilby at Texas Instruments built the first working version, and Robert Noyce at a company called Fairchild Semiconductor came up with a more practical design that could be manufactured cleanly using a printing-like process on a wafer of silicon. The idea was to build an entire circuit, many transistors, and all their connections onto a single small chip of silicon, fabricated in one go. This solved the tyranny of numbers completely, because you were no longer wiring components together by hand. You were printing the whole circuit at once, and crucially, the same process that made one transistor could make 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 at essentially the same cost and effort just by drawing the pattern smaller. The microchip did not just shrink the computer, it changed the economics of complexity, making it possible to pack ever more power onto a chip for ever less money. This set off the most extraordinary pattern in the history of technology, captured in a famous observation made in the year 1965 by Gordon Moore, one of the founders of the chip industry. He noticed that the number of transistors engineers could fit onto a chip was roughly doubling roughly every year, a rate he would later revise to about every 2 years, and he predicted this doubling would continue. It did, decade after decade, and it became known as Moore's Law. Now, doubling does something to the human imagination that we are very bad at grasping, because it starts slow and then becomes explosive. A chip with a couple of thousand transistors becomes, after enough doublings, a chip with billions. This is why the computer that filled a room and cost a fortune in the 1940s is now utterly outclassed by a cheap chip smaller than your fingernail, and why the phone in your pocket is more powerful than the machines that guided astronauts to the moon by a margin so vast it is almost meaningless to state. Moore's law was not a law of nature like gravity. It was really a description of an industry's relentless determination, a promise the whole field organized itself around and kept through staggering feats of engineering for over half a century. The place where all of this exploded into an industry was a stretch of orchards south of San Francisco that would come to be called Silicon Valley, named for the silicon that chips are made from. The story of how it got there is almost like a family tree. One of the inventors of the transistor left Bell Labs and started a company on the West Coast to make semiconductors, but he was, by most accounts, a difficult man to work for, and a group of his most talented young employees quit in frustration to start their own company, Fairchild Semiconductor, where the practical integrated circuit was developed. Then, as people kept leaving Fairchild to found their own companies in turn, the whole region filled up with semiconductor startups descended from that original group, including a company that two of them, Gordon Moore and Robert Noyce, founded in the year 1968 and named Intel. This pattern of talented people leaving to start rivals, of ideas and money, and engineers constantly recombining into new companies, became the engine of Silicon Valley, and it produced an astonishing concentration of innovation in a small place over a few decades. The chip industry had been born. The price of computing power was beginning its long plunge toward almost nothing, and the stage was set for the computer to escape the laboratory and the corporation, and eventually come into the home and the hand of ordinary people. But before that could happen, someone had to figure out how to actually talk to these machines. All this while, there was a second, invisible half of the computer growing up alongside the hardware. And it is at least as important, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. It is software, the instructions themselves, and the story of how we learned to write those instructions is the story of a long climb away from the machine and toward human language. In the very beginning, programming a computer meant speaking its raw native tongue, which is nothing but long strings of ones and zeros, the actual on and off patterns the machine reads. Writing a program this way, in pure machine code, was agonizing, painfully slow, and almost impossible to get right. A single wrong digit anywhere, causing the whole thing to fail. The first programmers had to think exactly like the machine, holding its inner workings in their heads, translating every human intention into raw numbers by hand. The first step up was a small mercy called assembly language, which replaced some of the raw numbers with short word-like codes that a human could at least remember, with a simple program then translating those codes back into the machine's ones and zeros. But the real revolution in software came from a deceptively radical idea, championed especially by a remarkable American naval officer and mathematician named Grace Hopper. She had the insight that you should be able to write instructions in something close to ordinary human language, words, and readable statements, and then have the computer itself do the tedious work of translating your human-friendly instructions down into its own machine code. The program that does this translation is called a compiler, and the idea was, at first, met with disbelief because many people simply did not think a computer could write its own programs, that it should only be able to do arithmetic. Hopper built one of the first compilers anyway and proved them wrong, and in doing so, she opened the door to everything that followed. This was a profound shift because it meant programmers no longer had to think like the machine. The machine would meet them partway, translating human readable instructions into its own language automatically. Out of this came the first high-level programming languages, real languages with grammar and vocabulary designed for people, not for circuits. One early one, created in the late 1950s, was aimed at scientists and engineers and let them write mathematical formulas in a form close to the math they already knew. Another, which Grace Hopper heavily influenced, was designed to read almost like plain English so that businesses could use it, and it went on to run the world's banking, insurance, and government record systems for decades so durably that a great deal of it is still running today. The lesson of these languages is the same lesson as Turing's universal machine and the stored program, that the computer is endlessly flexible, and that much of the progress in computing has come not from new hardware, but from inventing better and better ways for humans to tell the machine what to do. Grace Hopper, by the way, is also tied to one of the most famous bits of folklore in the field. When an early computer she worked on malfunctioned, the team traced the problem to an actual moth that had gotten trapped in the machine's relays, and they taped the moth into the logbook with the note that they had found a bug. The word bug for a glitch was already in use, but the story stuck, and it is why, to this day, an error in a program is called a bug, and fixing it is called debugging, with a real insect at the root of the most common word in all of software. Hopper herself became a legend, rising to the rank of admiral and spending her later years teaching people to grasp the speeds involved by handing them a piece of wire about a foot long. The distance light travels in a billionth of a second, a tangible way to feel why these machines had to be small and fast. As computers spread into big businesses and governments through the 1950s and 60s, they became serious, room-filling machines called mainframes. And the company that came to dominate this world was IBM, the descendant of those census punched card machines. In the year 1964, IBM made one of the biggest gambles in business history with a family of computers called the System Slash 360. The brilliant idea behind it was compatibility. Instead of every new computer being its own incompatible island, IBM built a whole range of machines, from small to enormous, that all spoke the same language and could run the same software. So a company could buy a small one and upgrade later without throwing away all its programs. The gamble nearly bankrupted IBM with its development cost, and it paid off spectacularly, standardizing business computing for a generation. But all this growth revealed a new and humbling problem, one that haunts computing to this day. As programs grew from a few hundred instructions into millions, they became fiendishly hard to get right. They ran late, ran over budget, and were riddled with errors, and people started calling it the software crisis, the dawning realization that building large, reliable software is one of the genuinely hard problems of engineering, perhaps harder than building the hardware it runs on. Making the machine had turned out to be, in some ways, easier than telling it what to do. As we saw, the rise of high-level languages freed programmers from thinking like the machine, and once that door opened, a whole garden of programming languages bloomed, each designed for a different purpose. There was one for science and engineering, one made to read like English for business, and in the year 1958, a language called Lisp, created by a pioneer of artificial intelligence, which was designed for manipulating symbols and ideas rather than just numbers, and which introduced concepts so powerful that programmers are still borrowing from it more than 60 years later. Each language was a different lens for thinking about problems, and the invention of new languages became its own ongoing creative frontier within computing, as important in its way as new hardware. But the single most influential piece of software ever written grew out of a small, almost rebellious project at Bell Labs around the year 1969 and the early 1970s, when two researchers named Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie built an operating system they called Unix. An operating system is the master program that manages a computer, handling its files, running its other programs, and dealing with its hardware so that you do not have to. Unix was elegant, built on a simple, powerful philosophy of small tools that each did one thing well and could be strung together to do complex jobs. To write it, Ritchie also created a new programming language called C, which struck a near-perfect balance, low-level enough to control the machine efficiently, but readable and portable enough to be a pleasure to use. C became, and largely remains, one of the most important programming languages in the world, the language much of our software is still built on or descended from. The reason Unix matters so enormously is that its ideas and its descendants ended up running almost everything. Because it was written in Portable C, Unix could be moved from one kind of computer to another, which was revolutionary at a time when software was usually locked to a single machine. Its design principles spread everywhere, and today the operating system on your phone, whether it is an Apple device or an Android one, the systems running the vast server farms that power the internet, and the software inside countless everyday devices are all either direct descendants of Unix or deeply shaped by its ideas. A small research project built by a couple of people for their own convenience became the foundation that a huge fraction of the digital world stands on. Few people outside the field have ever heard of it, and yet its fingerprints are on nearly every device you touch. Out of this world came one of the most surprising and important movements in the history of technology, the idea that software should be free in the sense of open, shared, and modifiable by anyone. In an age when companies guarded their programs as closely held secrets, a programmer named Richard Stallman argued passionately that users should have the freedom to see how their software worked, to change it, and to share it. And he launched a project to build a complete, free operating system that anyone could use and improve. The piece that completed the puzzle came from an unexpected source. In the year 1991, a Finnish student named Linus Torvalds, working on his own as a hobby, wrote the core of a new operating system and shared it freely online, inviting anyone to help improve it. Combined with Stallman's tools, it grew into a complete, free operating system, now generally called Linux, built and maintained not by a single company, but by a global community of volunteers and, eventually, paid contributors, all sharing their work openly. The result of this open model is one of the quiet wonders of the modern world. That free, community-built operating system now runs the overwhelming majority of the servers that make up the internet, powers nearly every smartphone on the planet through its role inside Android, runs almost all of the world's most powerful supercomputers, and hides inside an enormous range of everyday gadgets. A piece of software that no single company owns, that anyone can read and change, built by strangers collaborating across the world, became one of the most widely used pieces of software ever created. It proved that there was another way to build technology, not just as a guarded product sold for profit, but as a shared commons that everyone could contribute to and benefit from. This open source way of working has since spread far beyond operating systems, and a huge fraction of the software that runs the modern world is now built openly, in public, by communities rather than corporations alone. It stands as a powerful counterexample to the idea that everything valuable must be owned, and it is one of the most hopeful threads in the whole story of computing. For all the progress into the early 1970s, a computer was still something owned by an institution, not a person. They cost too much and were too big for anyone to have one at home, and the idea of a personal computer sounded faintly absurd, like owning your own power station. The invention that changed this was a natural next step in the relentless shrinking of the chip. In the year 1971, the company Intel managed to put the entire central processing unit of a computer, the part that actually does the calculating, onto a single chip, the first microprocessor, called the Intel 4004. Before this, the processor was a large collection of separate components. Now, the brain of a computer was one tiny piece of silicon you could hold on a fingertip, cheap enough to put into all sorts of things. This was the spark, because suddenly the core of a computer was no longer a room or a cabinet, but an affordable little chip, and that meant, for the first time, an individual could own the guts of a real computer. The first machines built around these chips were not polished products, but kits for electronics hobbyists, and the one that lit the fuse was called the Altair, sold in the year 1975 as a build-it-yourself kit, advertised in a magazine. It was barely usable, with no screen and no keyboard, just rows of switches and blinking lights. And yet, to the right people, it was electrifying, because it was a real computer you could own. It inspired a generation of tinkerers, including a famous club of enthusiasts in California who gathered to show off their machines and trade ideas. And two of those enthusiasts, a brilliant engineer named Steve Wozniak and his persuasive friend Steve Jobs, decided to build and sell a computer of their own, founding a company called Apple. Their second machine, the Apple II, released in the year 1977, was one of the first computers that an ordinary person could buy, take home, plug in, and actually use, with a keyboard and a display, and it became a tremendous success that helped create the personal computer industry. At the same time, a young man named Bill Gates and his friend Paul Allen saw that these new machines would be useless without software to run on them, and they wrote a version of a programming language for the Altair and founded a company called Microsoft on the bet that the real money and power in the coming era would lie not in the machines, but in the software that ran them. It was one of the most prescient business bets in history. When the giant IBM, having watched the personal computer take off, finally decided to make its own in the year 1981, it moved fast and made a fateful decision. Rather than build everything itself, it assembled its PC from off-the-shelf parts and licensed the operating system, the core software, from Microsoft in a deal that let Microsoft also sell that software to others. The IBM PC was a huge success and made the personal computer respectable for business overnight. But because IBM had used standard parts, other companies could and did build their own machines that worked just like it, called clones, and all of them needed Microsoft's operating system. IBM had legitimized the personal computer, but lost control of it, while Microsoft, sitting on the software that nearly all of those machines required, grew into one of the most powerful companies on earth. The era had its lesson written plainly that in computing, whoever controls the software often wins. There was still one more piece missing before computers could truly belong to everyone, and it was about how we interact with them. Those early personal computers still demanded that you type cryptic commands, memorizing exact text instructions just to copy a file or run a program, which kept them in the realm of the dedicated and the technical. The solution had actually been dreamed up years earlier. Back in the year 1968, a visionary researcher named Douglas Engelbart gave a now legendary public demonstration, sometimes called the mother of all demos, in which he showed off ideas so far ahead of their time that the audience could barely believe it, including a small device he had invented for moving a pointer around the screen, which he called a mouse, along with windows and clickable links between documents. Almost everything about how you use a computer today was sketched out in that one demonstration, decades before it reached anyone's home. These ideas were developed further at the famous research center run by the Xerox company, where engineers built a machine with a screen that showed little pictures called icons that you pointed at and clicked with a mouse, a friendly visual desktop instead of cryptic typed commands. This is the graphical user interface, the way of using a computer with windows, icons, and a pointer that now feels so obvious we forget it had to be invented. Xerox, in one of the great business blunders of the century, never fully capitalized on the revolution its own researchers had created. It was Steve Jobs and Apple who saw the graphical interface, understood that this was the future, and brought it to the public with the Macintosh in the year 1984. A computer designed from the start to be used by pointing and clicking at pictures, friendly enough for people who had never touched a computer before. Microsoft soon followed with its own version called Windows, which brought the graphical interface to the vast world of IBM compatible PCs and became the way most of the world would interact with computers for decades. With the graphical interface, the computer finally shed its forbidding technical skin and became something a child or a grandparent could sit down and use. The machine that had once filled a room and demanded a priesthood of trained operators was now a friendly box on a desk, waiting for anyone at all to point and click. And just as computers were becoming personal, they were about to be connected to one another in a way that would change human society more than the personal computer itself. There is a part of the computer we have barely mentioned that underwent its own staggering revolution, and that is memory's long-term cousin, storage, the place where data lives when the power is off. The earliest computers stored their data on the same punched cards and paper tape as their programs, and then on reels of magnetic tape, which could hold a lot, but had to be wound through to reach any particular piece of data, painfully slow. The leap came in the year 1956 when IBM built the first hard disk drive, a machine that recorded data magnetically on spinning disks and could jump almost instantly to any spot. That first drive was the size of two large refrigerators, weighed about a ton, and stored an amount of data that would not even hold a single modern photograph. From that lumbering beginning, storage shrank and grew in capacity along a curve just as breathtaking as the one for chips. The room-sized drive became a cabinet, then a box inside the computer, then a small disk you could slip into a pocket, then a sliver of flash memory with no moving parts at all, and finally, the vast warehouses of the cloud. The amount of information a person can now carry on a fingernail-sized chip would have required a building full of equipment within living memory. Among the forces driving computers forward, one is often dismissed as frivolous, but was in fact a powerful engine of progress, and that is video games. From the moment the first simple electronic games appeared in the early 1970s, with a primitive game of digital table tennis that became a sensation, games created a mass market for affordable computing and, crucially, a relentless demand for better graphics. People wanted their games to look more real, move more smoothly, and render more detail, and meeting that demand pushed the development of specialized chips designed to do the heavy mathematics of drawing three-dimensional scenes very fast, called graphics processing units. For decades, these chips existed mainly to make games look good. And then, in one of the great accidents of this story, researchers realized that the very same kind of math that draws a game world, doing enormous numbers of simple calculations all at once in parallel, was almost perfectly suited to training the artificial neural networks of modern artificial intelligence. The chips built to render dragons and racetracks turned out to be the engines that would power the AI revolution. An entire industry that grew up to entertain teenagers ended up building the hardware that taught machines to see and to talk. Back in the world of the personal computer, there is a concept that explains why people actually bought these machines, and it is called the killer application, the one program so useful that people buy a whole computer just to run it. For the early personal computer, that program arrived in the year 1979, and it was a spreadsheet. The first program that let you lay out numbers in a grid and have the computer instantly recalculate everything whenever you changed a single figure. To anyone who worked with budgets and financial projections, this was magic, turning hours of tedious, error-prone recalculation by hand into something instant and effortless. Business people who had no interest in computers as such suddenly had a concrete reason to buy one, and many bought an Apple computer specifically to run that spreadsheet. The killer app showed that what sells a computer is not the machine itself, but what it lets you do, a lesson that has held true ever since. From the spreadsheet, to the word processor, to the web browser, to the social app, each one a reason for a new wave of people to bring a computer into their lives. These threads, cheap chips, better graphics, killer applications, and friendlier interfaces all converged to drive the explosive growth of personal computing through the 1980s and 90s. The machines kept getting faster and cheaper every year. Software grew richer, and the computer steadily transformed from a hobbyist's curiosity into an appliance found in offices, schools, and homes everywhere. The word processor changed how people wrote, letting them edit and revise without retyping whole pages, and it all but killed the typewriter. The spreadsheet changed how businesses planned. Desktop publishing let ordinary people design printed pages that once required a professional print shop. With each new capability, the computer wove itself deeper into daily work and life, until a household or a business without one went from normal to unusual in the space of about a decade. And all of this was still, in a sense, computers working alone, each one an island doing its own tasks. The truly world changing step, the one that would turn this collection of separate machines into a single connected whole and reshape human society itself, was the moment they all began to talk to each other. Up to this point, every computer in our story was an island, a machine that worked on its own, and the next great leap was to connect them, which turned out to change the world even more than the computer itself had. The idea began in the 1960s, partly funded by the American military, which wanted a communication network with no single central point that an attack could knock out, a web of computers that could route information around any damage. The key technical idea was something called packet switching, and it is worth understanding because it is how everything you do online still works. Instead of sending a message as one continuous stream down a dedicated line, the way an old telephone call worked, you chop the message into many small pieces called packets and send each one separately to be reassembled at the other end. Each packet can take whatever path through the network is open at that moment, and if one route is busy or broken, the packets simply flow around it. There is no fragile single line to cut, just a resilient mesh that finds its own way. The first version of this network, called ARPANET, sent its first message between two distant computers in the year 1969. And the very first message is a perfect little piece of history because it crashed halfway through. They were trying to send the word login, and the system failed after just the first two letters got through. So the first thing ever transmitted over the ancestor of the internet was simply lo, as in lo and behold, by complete accident. From those stumbling beginnings, the network grew, connecting more and more universities and research centers. But a deeper problem soon appeared. Different networks were springing up, each with its own incompatible rules, and they could not talk to one another. The solution was a shared set of rules, a common language that any network could use to pass messages to any other. And this set of rules, called the Internet Protocol, is the true heart of the Internet. When it was formally adopted in the early 1980s, separate networks could finally join into one seamless network of networks, which is exactly what the word Internet means. The Internet is not a thing so much as an agreement, a shared language that lets millions of independent computers and networks all pass packets to one another as if they were one. But for a long time, the internet was a tool for scientists and academics, hard to use and full of arcane commands, a network with no easy way to find or read what was on it. The thing that turned this expert tool into something for all of humanity was invented by a single person, an English scientist named Tim Berners-Lee, working at the Great Physics Laboratory, CERN, around the years 1989 and 1990. It is crucial to understand that he did not invent the Internet, which already existed as the underlying network. What he invented was the World Wide Web, a way of organizing and linking information on top of the Internet. He created the idea of web pages written in a simple language, of addresses that point to each page, and above all, of links, the ability to click a word in one document and jump instantly to another document anywhere in the world. He built the first web browser and the first website, and then, in a decision of staggering generosity that shaped the modern world, he and CERN gave the whole thing away for free, with no patent and no fee, so that anyone could build on it. Had he tried to own it, the web might have become one company's walled garden. Instead, it became a common space for all of humanity, and it exploded. Through the 1990s, the web grew at a breathtaking pace, and ordinary people began coming online in their millions, browsing pages, sending email, and shopping. A frenzy of investment in internet companies swelled into a bubble that burst dramatically around the year 2000, wiping out many companies, but the underlying technology kept growing right through it. As the web filled with more pages than anyone could ever sort through by hand, the crucial new tool became the search engine, the program that could index the entire web and find what you were looking for in an instant. And the company that did this best, Google, grew into one of the most powerful in the world by becoming the front door to all human knowledge. The web wove itself into commerce, news, entertainment, and eventually into the daily fabric of ordinary life, until being online stopped being a special activity and simply became part of how the world worked. Then came the final move that put a connected computer into the pocket of nearly every person on Earth. For decades, computers had been getting smaller, from rooms to desks to laps, and the obvious next step was to fit one in a hand and connect it wirelessly. Early attempts were clumsy, but in the year 2007, Apple released the iPhone, and it crystallized the idea so completely that it reshaped the entire world within a few years. The smartphone was a full computer, more powerful than the supercomputers of a couple of decades earlier, combined with a phone, a camera, and a constant connection to the entire internet, all controlled by touching a glass screen with your fingers. Suddenly, billions of people who had never owned a desktop computer carried a powerful, connected computer with them every waking moment. For much of the world, the smartphone became the primary computer, and the internet stopped being a place you visited at a desk and became a thing you carried, always on, always with you. At the same time, the giant room-sized computer made a kind of return, because all those phones and apps needed somewhere to store data and do heavy work. And that somewhere became vast warehouses full of thousands of computers, called data centers, which we reach over the internet and refer to vaguely as the cloud. So, computing came full circle in a strange way, from gigantic central machines to personal computers on every desk, and back to gigantic central machines in the cloud, which our small personal devices now talk to constantly, The whole planet had been wired into a single, humming, always connected nervous system, and it happened in well under a single human lifetime. It is worth going a little deeper into how the connected world was actually built, because it is full of small inventions that shaped everything that came after. The idea of packet switching, chopping messages into pieces that find their own way through the network, was worked out independently in the early 1960s by a researcher in the United States and another in Britain, neither aware of the other, yet another case of an idea whose time had simply come. Once the early network existed, the application that made people actually fall in love with it was not some grand information system, but something much more human: electronic mail. Around the year 1971, an engineer named Ray Tomlinson sent the first email across the network between two computers, and he needed a way to separate the name of the person from the name of their machine. He looked at his keyboard, picked a symbol that never appeared in people's names, and so chose the at sign, the little a with a circle around it to mean a person located at a particular machine. That choice, made in a moment, put the at sign on hundreds of millions of business cards and screens for the rest of history, and email became the first thing that drew ordinary people to connect their computers. Other quiet inventions filled in the rest. A way was needed for computers in the same building to share a connection, and that became Ethernet, the technology still behind most wired networks today. And as the network grew, the raw numerical addresses that computers used to find each other became impossible for humans to remember. So a clever naming system was built that translates friendly names, the .com and .org addresses you type, into the numbers the machines actually use, working like a giant automatic phone book for the entire internet. None of these are famous, but without them, the connected world simply would not function. The internet is less a single invention than a great pile of clever solutions to practical problems, stacked one on top of another over decades. When the World Wide Web arrived on top of all this, it was still text only and clumsy at first, and the thing that turned it into the colorful, universal medium we know was the web browser. In the year 1993, a browser called Mosaic appeared that could show images right alongside text in a friendly window anyone could use, and it was the spark that lit the web on fire for the general public. Its creators soon launched a commercial version, and suddenly millions of ordinary people were getting online, clicking from page to page, and the web exploded into public consciousness. This kicked off a fierce competition known as the browser wars, as the software giant Microsoft, realizing it had nearly missed the entire internet, fought to dominate the new medium with its own browser, a battle that would shape the early web and lead to enormous legal fights about the power of technology companies, another theme that is very much still with us. The late 1990s saw a frenzy of excitement and investment as everyone realized the web was going to be huge, and money poured into internet companies, many of them with no real business and no profits, simply because they had .com in their name. This swelled into a giant financial bubble that burst spectacularly around the year 2000, wiping out a vast amount of wealth and many companies overnight. But the crash, painful as it was, did not stop the underlying technology, which kept growing right through it, and the companies that had real substance emerged from the wreckage to dominate the next era. Chief among them was a search engine called Google, founded in the year 1998 by two graduate students who had figured out a brilliant new way to rank web pages by how many other pages linked to them, treating links as votes of confidence. Their search worked so much better than anything before it that Google became the front door to the entire web, and the company grew into one of the most powerful organizations on earth, built on the simple, enormous task of helping people find things. The next great shift turned the web from something you read into something you helped make, a change often called the rise of social media. In the early 2000s, a wave of new sites invited ordinary people not just to browse, but to contribute, to write, to share photos and videos, and to connect with one another. A free encyclopedia written by volunteers became one of the most visited sites in the world. A site for sharing videos let anyone become a broadcaster. Networks for connecting with friends grew to encompass billions of people, reshaping how humanity communicates, organizes, argues, and sees itself. When the smartphone put a connected camera and screen in every pocket, these networks became a constant presence in daily life, and a huge fraction of human attention moved onto them. This brought real wonders, putting the world's knowledge and the global audience within reach of anyone, connecting people across any distance and giving voice to those who never had one. But it brought serious troubles too, because these services largely make their money by capturing and holding attention and gathering data about their users, which has fed the spread of misinformation, raised deep concerns about privacy and surveillance, and changed the texture of public life in ways societies are still struggling to understand. The same network that democratized knowledge also concentrated unprecedented power and information in the hands of a few companies, and we are, right now, still trying to work out how to live well inside the connected world we built so quickly. The dream of a thinking machine, present since the very beginning, reached a series of dramatic public milestones that are worth telling on their own, because each one marked a moment when a machine crossed a line people had said it never could. The first came in the year 1997 in the ancient game of chess. Chess had long been treated as a benchmark of intelligence, and many believed a machine could never beat the very best human players, because the game has more possible positions than there are atoms in the observable universe, far too many to simply calculate through. But a specialized IBM computer called Deep Blue, built to evaluate enormous numbers of positions per second and guided by chess expertise, defeated the reigning world champion Garry Kasparov in a celebrated match. It did not think the way a human grandmaster does, relying instead on brute calculating force. But the result stunned the world. A machine was now the best chess player on the planet, and a milestone that had stood as a symbol of human mental supremacy had fallen. Some argued that chess, for all its difficulty, was exactly the kind of rigid, rule-bound task where a fast calculator should eventually win, and that real human intelligence lay in messier things, like understanding ordinary language. So the next milestone, in the year 2011, took on exactly that. IBM built a system called Watson to play a popular television quiz show built on puns, wordplay, and tricky general knowledge clues phrased in everyday English, the kind of language that machines had always struggled with. Watson competed against the show's greatest human champions, parsing the twisty clues, searching a vast store of knowledge, weighing its confidence, and buzzing in, and it won decisively. A machine had beaten the best humans not at cold calculation, but at a game of language and trivia, pushing the frontier of what computers could do into territory that had seemed safely human. But the milestone that truly shocked the experts came in the year 2016 in the ancient board game of Go. Go is far simpler than chess to describe, just black and white stones placed on a grid, and yet it is vastly more complex to play well, with so many possibilities that brute force calculation is hopeless. And top players often describe their moves in terms of intuition and feel rather than calculation. For this reason, many in the field had believed that a computer beating the best human Go players was still decades away. Then a system called AlphaGo, built using the modern approach of deep learning and trained partly by playing millions of games against itself, faced one of the world's greatest players in a match watched by tens of millions of people. AlphaGo won, and along the way, it played a move so strange and so creative that commentators thought at first it was a mistake, until they realized it was a stroke of genius no human would likely have played, a move that has been discussed ever since as the moment a machine showed something that looked like originality. It was a profound moment because the machine had not been programmed with human strategies. It had learned the game largely on its own and discovered ideas its human teachers had never found. What made AlphaGo so significant was not just that it won, but how it had learned, because it pointed directly at the technology that would soon transform everything. Unlike Deep Blue, which relied mostly on raw calculation and human-supplied chess knowledge, AlphaGo learned by training a deep neural network on vast experience, refining its own judgment through practice. Exactly the approach that was beginning to revolutionize the whole field of artificial intelligence at the same time. The game-playing victories were the visible, dramatic tip of a much larger shift happening underneath. As the same basic technique of training large neural networks on huge amounts of data was being turned loose on problem after problem with astonishing results. The machines that conquered chess, then language games, then the intuitive depths of Go were demonstrations that a new kind of artificial intelligence had arrived, one that learns rather than being told. And it was about to move from playing games to reshaping the everyday world. Before the digital computer won out completely, there was a whole parallel world of machines that computed in a completely different way, And it is worth understanding because for a long time it was not at all obvious that digital would be the winner. These were the analog computers, and where a digital machine represents numbers as discrete digits, as distinct ones and zeros, an analog computer represents numbers as smoothly varying physical quantities, like the rotation of a gear, the voltage in a circuit, or the level of water in a tank. The word analog comes from the idea that the machine is an analogy, a physical model whose behavior mirrors the mathematics you want to solve. The slide rule we met earlier is the simplest example, representing numbers as lengths, but analog computers grew far more sophisticated than that. In the early 20th century, engineers built remarkable analog machines to solve problems that were otherwise crushingly difficult. One of the most important was the differential analyzer, a room-sized contraption of rotating shafts, gears, and wheels built in the United States in the 1930s, designed to solve the kind of equations that describe how things change over time, the differential equations that are everywhere in physics and engineering. You would set up the machine physically, arranging its gears and connections to mirror the equation you wanted to solve, and then let it run, the spinning shafts grinding out the answer as a curve traced on paper. It was slow to set up and could only be reconfigured by physically rebuilding parts of it, but for the right problems, it was a genuine marvel, doing in hours what would take a human weeks. Analog computing also had a long and distinguished history in specific applications, especially anything involving continuous physical processes. There were elegant machines built to predict the tides, using systems of pulleys and gears to add together the many overlapping cycles of the moon and sun that drive the rise and fall of the seas, churning out tide tables for years in advance. During the Second World War, warships and anti-aircraft guns relied on analog fire control computers, intricate mechanical and electrical devices that continuously calculated where a fast-moving target would be by the time a shell reached it, aiming the guns automatically. A life and death computation performed by spinning gears and flowing currents in real time. These analog machines were fast in the sense that they computed continuously and instantly, with no steps to grind through, and they were intuitive for problems that were themselves about smoothly changing quantities. But analog computers had deep weaknesses that ultimately doomed them to the sidelines. Because they represented numbers as physical quantities, they were limited in precision by the quality of their parts, by how accurately you could machine a gear or measure a voltage, and small errors and noise crept in and accumulated, so you could rarely get more than a few digits of accuracy. They were also difficult to reconfigure, often requiring physical rebuilding for each new kind of problem, and they could not easily store and manipulate information the way a digital machine could. The digital approach, representing everything as discrete ones and zeros, turned out to have enormous advantages because digital signals can be made essentially immune to noise. A 1 is clearly distinct from a 0, even if the signal is a little degraded, allowing perfect precision and perfect copying. And because a digital machine, being a universal machine, could be reprogrammed for any task without rebuilding. As digital electronics improved, digital computers steadily overtook and then completely eclipsed their analog rivals. It is worth remembering this lost world, though, both because analog computing dominated certain fields for decades and because it may be making a quiet comeback. The very feature that doomed analog computing, its messy, imprecise, continuous nature, turns out to resemble how the brain itself works. And some researchers are now revisiting analog ideas for specialized tasks like artificial intelligence, where perfect precision matters less than speed and energy efficiency, and where the brain-like blending of signals may be an advantage rather than a flaw. The story of computing is usually told as the triumph of the digital, and that triumph is real and overwhelming. But it was not inevitable, and the road not taken. The world of machines that computed with flowing quantities rather than discrete digits is a reminder that there is more than one way to build a machine that thinks, and that the history of technology is full of approaches that lost, faded, and occasionally return. As the first commercial computers spread through large businesses and governments in the 1950s and 60s, the way people actually used them was utterly unlike how we use computers today. And the slow transformation of that experience is a crucial part of the story. In those early years, a computer was an enormous, fantastically expensive machine, locked away in a special climate-controlled room, tended by a priesthood of specialized operators and ordinary people. Even the scientists and engineers who needed its results never touched it directly. Instead, you worked in a style called batch processing. You would write your program and your data out by hand, have it punched onto a stack of cards, and submit that deck to the computing center, where the operators would feed it into the machine along with everyone else's jobs in a batch. Then you would wait, often hours, sometimes overnight, and eventually come back to collect the printout. If you had made a single mistake, a misplaced comma, a wrong character, your program would fail, and you would have to fix the deck and submit it all over again, waiting hours more for the next attempt. This made early computing painfully slow and impersonal, a frustrating dance of submitting decks and waiting for printouts, where a trivial error could cost you a whole day. The computer was a remote oracle you petitioned from a distance, not a tool you used directly, and the gulf between the human and the machine was wide. Yet behind that wall, the machines themselves were growing steadily more capable, with companies like IBM building a series of ever more powerful business computers that handled the payroll, accounting, inventory, and records of corporations and governments across the world. One IBM machine of this era became so popular that it introduced an entire generation of organizations to computing for the first time, and the business of selling and servicing these room-sized machines became enormous, the foundation of a major industry, even though the act of using them remained slow and indirect. The breakthrough that began to close the gulf between human and machine was a profound idea called time sharing, developed in the early 1960s. And it changed the experience of computing more than almost anything before the personal computer. The insight was this: a computer, even then, was so fast that when a single person used it interactively, the machine spent almost all its time idle, waiting for the slow human to think and type. So why not let many people use the same computer at the same time, with the machine rapidly switching its attention between them, giving each a slice of its time so quickly that each user would feel as though they had the whole machine to themselves? Instead of submitting a deck and waiting hours, a user could now sit at a terminal, a keyboard and screen connected to the distant computer, type a command, and get a response in seconds. Interacting with the machine directly and immediately for the first time, time sharing was revolutionary because it made computing feel personal and interactive long before anyone could own a personal computer. Pioneering systems built at places like MIT in the early and mid 1960s allowed dozens of users at terminals to share a single powerful computer, each working away on their own programs as if the machine were theirs alone. And this transformed how people related to computers. Suddenly, you could experiment, try something, see the result instantly, fix it, and try again in a tight, responsive loop, rather than waiting overnight to learn you had made a typo. This interactivity unleashed a wave of creativity and gave rise to a new kind of person, the programmer who lived at the terminal, exploring what the machine could do in real time, and it laid the cultural and technical groundwork for the personal computing revolution that would follow by showing the world what it felt like to actually converse with a computer. One ambitious time-sharing project in particular, though it was considered a commercial disappointment in its own time, cast a very long shadow because its designers, in trying to build an ambitious shared computing system, worked out many deep ideas about how operating systems should manage many users, protect their information from one another, and organize files and resources. When that grand project stumbled, a couple of the researchers involved, wanting something simpler for their own use, went off and built a small, elegant operating system of their own, drawing on the lessons learned. And that system, as we saw earlier, was Unix, which went on to silently conquer the computing world. So the era of time sharing not only transformed how people experienced computers, making them interactive and personal in spirit, it also directly produced the ideas and the very operating system that underlie a huge fraction of the computing done today. The room-sized machine in its locked chamber had begun slowly to reach out and touch the individual user, and that reaching out would not stop until the computer was sitting on every desk and, eventually, in every pocket. We touched earlier on the birth of programming languages, but the long evolution of these languages is a rich story in its own right, because it is really the story of how humans negotiated an ever more comfortable way of talking to the universal machine. After the first high-level languages broke the spell of raw machine code, a great proliferation began, with each new language designed around a different vision of what programming should be and a different kind of problem to solve. The language built for science and engineering let researchers write mathematical formulas in a form close to the math they already knew, and it became the workhorse of technical computing for decades. The one designed to read almost like English so that businesses could use it went on to run the world's banking, insurance, and government records so durably that vast amounts of it still softly run today, hidden inside the systems that move money and keep records around the world. Then came a language designed not for industry but for teaching, meant to be simple enough for beginners to learn quickly. And this humble educational language turned out to play an outsized role in history because when the personal computer arrived, it became the language that millions of ordinary people first used to make their new machines do something, often typed in line by line from listings printed in magazines and books. A whole generation of future programmers, including some who would go on to found great technology companies, got their start typing simple programs in this beginner's language on early home computers, learning the magic of making a machine obey their instructions. The choice of which language to learn and which to build a system in became a consequential one, and fierce loyalties and rivalries grew up around different languages, each with its devoted community. As programs grew larger and more complex, a crisis emerged that we mentioned before, the realization that big software was fiendishly hard to get right, and much of the evolution of programming languages since has been an attempt to tame that complexity. One influential movement, structured programming, argued in the late 1960s that programs should be built out of clean, well organized building blocks rather than tangled webs of jumps from one place to another, and a famous letter by an eminent computer scientist with the provocative title arguing that a certain common programming command was harmful, helped change how a generation thought about writing clear, reliable code. The goal was to make programs that humans could actually read, understand, and reason about, because as software grew to millions of lines, its readability to other humans became just as important as its correctness to the machine. The next great idea for managing complexity was object-oriented programming, which organizes a program not as a list of instructions, but as a collection of self-contained objects that bundle together data and the operations on that data, modeling the program on the things in the problem rather than on the steps of the computation. This approach, pioneered in earlier experimental languages and then spread widely through languages that came to dominate large-scale software development, made it easier to build and maintain enormous programs by breaking them into manageable, reusable pieces, each responsible for its own little world. Object-oriented thinking became the dominant style for decades of serious software engineering, and the languages built around it ran everything from corporate systems to web servers to the apps on your phone. Each generation of languages tried to climb a little higher, to let programmers express more with less effort, to catch more mistakes automatically, and to hide more of the machine's brutal details behind a friendlier surface. In more recent years, the trend has continued toward languages that prize the programmer's time and clarity over raw efficiency. Since computers have become so fast that it often matters more to write code quickly and correctly than to squeeze out every last drop of speed. One language, in particular, designed to be exceptionally clean and readable, has become enormously popular precisely because it is easy to learn and pleasant to use, and it has become the common tongue of fields like data analysis and artificial intelligence, the language in which much of the recent revolution in machine learning has been built. The deep lesson running through this whole history of languages is the same one we keep returning to, that the computer is an endlessly flexible universal machine, and that an enormous amount of progress in computing has come not from faster hardware at all, but from inventing better and better ways for humans to tell that machine what to do, climbing language by language, away from the cold logic of the circuits and toward the way human beings naturally think. The hardware gives the machine its power, but the languages are how we set that power free. And the long quest for better languages is, in a real sense, the quest to make the universal machine truly ours to command. There is an important step between the room-sized mainframes and the personal computer that often gets skipped, and that is the mini computer, which did a great deal to democratize computing and to seed the culture that would later explode into the personal computer revolution. As electronics improved through the 1960s, it became possible to build computers that were far smaller and cheaper than the giant mainframes, machines roughly the size of a refrigerator or a few filing cabinets rather than a whole room, and costing thousands or tens of thousands of dollars rather than millions. These mini computers, built by companies, most famously a firm called Digital Equipment Corporation, were still far too expensive for an individual, but they were cheap enough that a single university department, a research lab, or a small company could own one outright, rather than sharing time on a distant corporate giant. For the first time, a smallish group of people could have a whole computer to themselves to use and explore however they like. This change in access had a profound cultural effect because when curious, clever young people gained hands-on, unsupervised access to a real computer, something new and wonderful happened. Around these mini computers, especially at universities, there grew up the first true hacker culture in the original and admirable sense of the word, meaning not someone who breaks into systems, but someone who delights in understanding machines deeply and pushing them to do clever, surprising things. At places like the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, groups of students became obsessed with the machines, staying up all night, exploring what they could do, writing ingenious programs for the sheer joy of it, and developing a whole ethos and set of values around computing. They believed in a hands-on imperative that you should be able to take things apart and understand them, and in the idea that information and tools should be shared freely so that everyone could build on each other's work, values that would later flow directly into the open source movement and the personal computer dream. It was out of this playful, exploratory mini computer culture that one of the very first video games was born, a game called Space War, created by students in the early 1960s on one of these machines, in which two players flew little spaceships around a star and tried to shoot each other, all rendered as glowing dots on a round screen. They built it for no reason other than that it was fun and that they wanted to see if they could, and they shared it freely, and it spread to other machines wherever the hardware existed to run it. This was computing not as serious corporate business, but as creative play, as a medium for fun and self expression. And that spirit, that a computer was something you could play with and create on rather than just a tool for crunching a company's numbers, was a crucial seed of everything that came after, including the entire video game industry and the personal computer itself. The mini computer era also matured the technology and the people in ways that made the personal computer possible. The mini computers themselves grew more capable and more affordable year by year, and a whole generation of engineers and programmers cut their teeth on them, learning the craft of building and programming smaller, cheaper, more accessible machines. The companies that made them pioneered new ways of designing and selling computers to a broader market than the handful of giant institutions that bought mainframes. And the culture of hands-on, interactive, personal use of a machine, of the individual sitting down and directly commanding a computer, became established and spread. All of this was setting the stage, building the technical capability, the trained people, the proven market, and above all, the cultural expectation that computing could be personal and creative and fun, not just institutional and serious. So when the microprocessor finally arrived and made it possible to put the heart of a computer on a single cheap chip, the ground was already well prepared. The hackers and hobbyists who would build and buy the first personal computers had grown up, many of them, in the mini computer culture, carrying its values of hands-on exploration, free sharing of ideas, and computing as creative play. The mini computer was the bridge in both technology and culture between the era when a computer was a remote institutional giant and the era when it would become a personal possession, something an individual could own, control, and create with. It is easy, looking back, to jump straight from the mainframe to the home computer, but the mini computer and the vibrant culture that grew around it were the essential middle step, the place where the idea of the truly personal computer was first imagined, and where many of the people who would make it real first fell in love with machines. We have mentioned Moore's law, that steady doubling of the number of transistors on a chip, but it is worth understanding more deeply how chips are actually made, and just what an extraordinary achievement sustaining that doubling has been, because it is arguably the most relentless engineering feat in human history. A modern microchip is made through a process a bit like printing, but printing at a scale almost impossible to comprehend. On a polished wafer of silicon, engineers build up the circuit layer by layer, using light to project the pattern of the circuit onto a light-sensitive coating, then etching and depositing materials to carve that pattern into the silicon, repeating this many times to build a three-dimensional structure of staggering intricacy. The features being drawn this way have become so small that they are now measured in mere billionths of a meter, smaller than most viruses, with individual components approaching the size of just a handful of atoms across. Structures so tiny that they are far smaller than the wavelength of ordinary light, requiring extraordinary tricks to print at all. The factories that make these chips, called fabs, are among the most expensive and sophisticated facilities ever built, costing many billions of dollars each, and they must be kept cleaner than a hospital operating room, because a single speck of dust is enormous compared to the features being printed and would ruin the chip. Inside, the air is filtered to an almost unimaginable purity. The equipment is isolated from the tiniest vibrations, and the manufacturing is done by robots and machines of incredible precision, because human hands and human dirt cannot be allowed anywhere near the process. The machines that project the circuit patterns using exotic forms of light are themselves marvels of engineering so complex and so difficult to build that only a tiny number of companies in the world can make them at all. To keep Moore's law going decade after decade, this entire fantastically demanding process had to be improved relentlessly, shrinking the features further and further, solving one seemingly impossible problem after another, in a sustained effort involving the coordinated work of thousands of the world's best engineers and tens of billions of dollars of investment. It is important to understand that Moore's law was never a law of nature, like gravity, but rather a self-fulfilling prophecy and an organizing principle for an entire industry. Once Gordon Moore pointed out the doubling trend, the whole semiconductor industry essentially adopted it as a target, a shared roadmap that everyone planned around, with companies, suppliers, and researchers all coordinating their efforts to keep the doubling on schedule, because falling behind meant losing to competitors who kept up. So the remarkable steadiness of the trend, sustained for over half a century, was really the result of an extraordinary, sustained, collective human determination, an industry willing itself forward through sheer effort and investment, decade after decade, meeting each new physical obstacle with a new innovation. It is one of the most impressive examples in history of a technology improving exponentially for a long time, and it transformed the world precisely because that exponential improvement compounded into the staggering gulf between the room-sized computers of the past and the chips in your pocket today. But nothing exponential can continue forever, and in recent years, Moore's law has begun to slow and strain against the hard limits of physics. As the features on a chip shrink toward the size of individual atoms, you simply run out of room to make them smaller, because you cannot build a wire thinner than an atom. And at such tiny scales, the strange effects of quantum mechanics begin to interfere with electrons leaking through barriers that should contain them. A related trend that had let chips get not just denser, but also faster and more efficient broke down around 2 decades ago, which is why individual processor speeds largely stopped climbing and chip makers turned instead to putting many processor cores on a single chip, dividing the work among them rather than making any one of them faster. The famous doubling has grown slower and more expensive to sustain, and many believe the traditional Moore's Law is approaching its end, that we are running up against the atomic limits of how small we can make a switch. The slowing of Moore's Law matters enormously, and it has also turned the chip industry into a matter of global strategy and tension. The relentless improvement in chips drove much of the progress of the entire technology world for decades. And as that improvement slows, the industry is searching for new ways forward through clever chip designs, specialized chips for particular tasks like artificial intelligence, stacking chips in 3 dimensions, and exploring entirely new materials and even new kinds of computing. Meanwhile, because advanced chips have become so essential to everything from phones to weapons to artificial intelligence, and because only a tiny handful of companies and regions in the world can actually manufacture the most advanced ones, these chips have become one of the most strategically important resources on the planet, the subject of intense international competition and concern. The humble transistor, born in a laboratory as a replacement for the vacuum tube, multiplied by the billions through the relentless drive of Moore's Law, has become not just the foundation of modern technology, but the linchpin of the global economy and of geopolitics itself, which is a remarkable destiny for a tiny silicon switch. The personal computer revolution was far messier, more crowded, and more dramatic than the simple version we sketched earlier, and the battles fought in those years shaped the computing world we live in now. After the first hobbyist machines lit the spark, the late 1970s and early 80s saw an explosion of competing home and personal computers, a wild and chaotic marketplace with many companies racing to define what a personal computer should be. Alongside Apple, there were machines from Commodore, whose affordable home computer became one of the best-selling models of the era, from Tandy, sold through a national chain of electronic stores, from Atari, and from many others, each with its own incompatible hardware and software, each fighting for a share of the new market. For a few heady years, it was genuinely unclear which machines, which companies, and which standards would win, and millions of these early personal computers poured into homes, schools, and small businesses, introducing a whole generation to computing. The decisive turning point, as we noted, was the arrival of the IBM personal computer in the early 80s, which gave the personal computer instant respectability in the business world because of IBM's towering reputation. But the truly fateful consequence came from how IBM built it, out of standard, off-the-shelf parts, and from a piece of software it licensed rather than owned. Because the machine was built from common components, other companies realized they could build their own machines that worked exactly like the IBM PC and ran the same software, so-called clones, as long as they could legally recreate one crucial piece of IBM's design, the small program that started the machine up. One company famously did this by a careful, legally clean process of figuring out what that program did without copying it directly. And once that door was open, a flood of competitors poured through, building cheaper and cheaper IBM compatible machines. This turned the personal computer into an open standard that many companies could build, driving prices down and spreading PCs everywhere. But it also meant IBM lost control of the very standard it had created. The great winner of this turn of events was not IBM or any of the clone makers, but Microsoft, the company that owned the operating system nearly all of these machines needed to run, because every IBM compatible computer, whether made by IBM or by any of the countless clone makers, required Microsoft's operating system. Microsoft collected a fee on a huge and ever-growing fraction of all the personal computers sold in the world, a position of extraordinary power. As we saw, Microsoft parlayed this into dominance, and when the graphical interface arrived, its version, called Windows, brought the friendly world of Windows and icons and a mouse to that vast universe of IBM-compatible machines, becoming the way most of the world would interact with computers for decades. The story of the personal computer is, in large part, the story of how Microsoft, by controlling the essential software rather than the hardware, came to dominate an industry of machines it did not even make, one of the shrewdest and most consequential business positions in history. These years were also marked by famous rivalries and bitter legal battles that shaped the industry. There was the long and intense competition between Apple, with its tightly controlled, elegantly designed machines, and the open, sprawling world of Windows PCs. A rivalry that became almost a cultural identity for their users, and that continues in various forms to this day. There were fierce fights over the graphical interface itself, with Apple, which had brought the mouse and Windows interface to the masses with its Macintosh, battling in court over who had the right to that style of interface, in disputes that helped define how copyright and competition would work in software. And there were wars over the everyday programs people actually used, the word processors and spreadsheets, where early leaders were eventually overtaken and crushed by Microsoft's bundled Office software, cementing its dominance not just over the operating system, but over the applications running on top of it. These battles were not just corporate squabbles, but the process by which the basic shape of personal computing, the standards, the dominant players, the very look and feel of using a computer, got hammered out. Eventually, the personal computer became something it had never been at the start, a commodity, a standardized, interchangeable product made by many companies and sold cheaply, more like an appliance than a marvel. The wild diversity of the early years, with dozens of incompatible machines, gave way to a world largely divided between the Windows PCs and Apple's computers, with the hardware increasingly a low margin commodity and the real value and power residing in the software and, later, in the online services. The personal computer had completed its journey from a hobbyist's kit to a respectable business tool to a household appliance found nearly everywhere, transforming work, education, creativity, and daily life along the way. And it had set the stage for the next great transformation, because once hundreds of millions of people each had a powerful computer of their own, the only thing left to do that would change the world even more was to connect all of those computers together, which is exactly what was about to happen on a scale that would dwarf the personal computer revolution itself. One of the quieter but most pervasive transformations the computer brought was the digitization of media, the turning of images, sound, and video into numbers, which utterly remade photography, music, film, and how we create and consume all of them. The key idea is that anything can be turned into numbers if you measure it finely enough. A photograph becomes a grid of tiny dots called pixels, each one recorded as numbers describing its color and brightness, so that a picture becomes simply a long list of numbers a computer can store, copy, and change. Sound becomes a stream of numbers too, by measuring the height of the sound wave thousands of times a second, capturing the continuous wave as a sequence of digital samples. And video is just a rapid sequence of images with sound attached. Once media became numbers, it gained all the magical properties of digital information. It could be copied perfectly without any loss of quality, edited freely, sent across the internet, and stored in vast quantities, which changed everything about how media works. There was one enormous obstacle to all this, which is that raw digital media is huge, far too large to store and send conveniently with a single uncompressed photograph or a few minutes of video swallowing enormous amounts of space. The solution was compression, ingenious mathematical techniques for shrinking media files dramatically by cleverly throwing away information that human eyes and ears will not miss, or by encoding the data more efficiently. Compression turned out to be one of the most important enabling technologies of the digital age, because without it, digital photos, music, and especially video would have been far too bulky to store on devices or send over networks. The familiar formats that shrink images, music, and video to a small fraction of their raw size are what made it practical to carry thousands of songs in your pocket, to store countless photos, and, above all, to stream video over the internet. And the development of ever better compression has steadily underpinned the entire digital media world. The consequences for established industries were seismic. Photography, which for over a century had relied on chemical film, was transformed almost overnight when digital cameras matured, and within a remarkably short time, film, which had seemed eternal, all but vanished from ordinary life, replaced by digital sensors, and then absorbed entirely into the phone in everyone's pocket. so that more photographs are now taken in a single day than were taken in the entire first century of photography. The music industry was turned upside down when compressed music files became small enough to share easily over the internet, unleashing first a wave of file sharing that the industry fought bitterly, and then, eventually, the streaming services that now deliver nearly all the world's recorded music on demand for a monthly fee, a complete reinvention of how music is bought, sold, and heard. Film and television followed the same path, moving from physical discs to streaming, so that vast libraries of video are now delivered instantly over the internet to screens everywhere, reshaping entire industries of entertainment. Perhaps the most profound effect of digital media was the democratization of creation, the way it put the tools of professional media production into the hands of ordinary people. Where once making a film, recording music, or publishing photographs required expensive equipment and professional access, now anyone with a computer or a phone can shoot and edit video, record and produce music, take and manipulate professional quality photographs, and publish all of it to a potential audience of billions for little or nothing. This unleashed an explosion of creativity and gave voice and a platform to countless people who could never have reached an audience before, transforming culture and giving rise to entirely new forms of media and new kinds of creators, even as it also flooded the world with more content than anyone could ever consume and disrupted the traditional gatekeepers of media. The power to create and share media, once held by a few institutions, was handed to everyone, with all the wonderful and chaotic consequences that followed. This same power to manipulate media as numbers has a darker edge that is becoming one of the pressing issues of our time, because if media is just numbers, then it can be not only edited but fabricated, and increasingly, with the help of artificial intelligence, fabricated convincingly. We have entered an era in which images, audio, and video can be generated or altered so realistically that it is becoming genuinely difficult to tell what is real. With artificial intelligence able to produce convincing fake photographs, clone voices, and create video of people saying and doing things they never did, the so-called deep fakes. This threatens to undermine our basic trust in what we see and hear, with serious implications for truth, evidence, and trust in a world where any image or recording might be fabricated. The digitization of media, which began so innocently with the turning of a photograph into a grid of numbers, has given us extraordinary powers to capture, store, share, and create, and now confronts us with the unsettling challenge of a world where seeing is no longer believing. One more way that the deep transformation wrought by the computer is still unfolding around us in ways we are only beginning to understand. We mentioned earlier that video games were a surprisingly powerful engine of computing progress, but the full story of games is worth telling because they grew from a student's toy into one of the largest entertainment industries on Earth and drove some of the most important hardware advances along the way. After that first playful game on a mini computer, The idea of electronic games escaped the laboratory in the early 1970s when a simple game of digital table tennis, just two paddles and a bouncing dot, became a sensation in bars and arcades, launching a commercial industry almost overnight. The arcade boom followed, with games becoming a cultural phenomenon, and then the games came home as companies built consoles that plugged into the television and let families play games in their living rooms, putting a simple computer into ordinary homes years before the personal computer arrived, often introducing people to interactive electronics for the very first time. The young industry then suffered a dramatic boom and bust that became a famous cautionary tale when the home video game market, flooded with too many low quality games, collapsed almost completely in the early 1980s, nearly killing the entire business in a spectacular crash. It was revived against the odds largely by a Japanese company that had made playing cards and toys, which brought a new console and a fresh emphasis on quality and beloved characters, restoring faith in home gaming and ushering in a new golden age. From there, the industry grew into a series of fierce console wars, with a handful of giant companies competing across successive generations of ever more powerful machines, each trying to outdo the others in graphics, games, and features. A rivalry that has continued for decades and that drove relentless innovation as each company pushed its hardware further to win over players. The most technically important thing about video games is the way their hunger for better, faster, more realistic graphics drove the development of specialized hardware with consequences that reached far beyond games. As players demanded richer, three dimensional worlds that moved smoothly and looked convincing, engineers developed dedicated chips designed to do nothing but the enormous number of simple calculations needed to draw three-dimensional scenes very fast, called graphics processing units. For years, these chips existed mainly to make games look spectacular, and the competition to render ever more lifelike game worlds pushed them to become astonishingly powerful, performing huge numbers of calculations in parallel. And then, as we noted, came one of the great accidents of technological history, the realization that this same kind of massively parallel calculation, developed to draw game graphics, was almost perfectly suited to training the artificial neural networks behind modern artificial intelligence. The chips built to render dragons and racetracks turned out to be the engines that would power the AI revolution, so that the entire field of modern machine learning runs, in large part, on hardware that exists because people wanted better video games. Beyond the hardware, video games became a genuine art form and a massive cultural and economic force, growing into an industry that now earns more money than the film and music industries combined. Games evolved from simple dots and paddles into sprawling, cinematic, emotionally rich experiences with vast worlds to explore, complex stories, and craftsmanship rivaling any other medium, drawing in billions of players across every age and background. The rise of fast internet connections added another dimension, letting people play together across the world in shared online worlds, some of which grew into enormous virtual communities. and giving rise to competitive gaming or esports, where the best players compete for large prizes before audiences of millions, filling arenas and streaming to viewers around the globe. What began as a few students messing around on a mini computer became a central pillar of modern entertainment and culture, a way that hundreds of millions of people now spend their leisure time. It is worth appreciating how often, in the history of computing, things dismissed as frivolous turned out to be profoundly important, and video games are perhaps the best example. For decades, serious people waved games away as a childish waste of computing power, unworthy of attention next to the weighty business of science and commerce. And yet, games created a mass market for affordable computing, put interactive machines into homes, drove the development of the graphics hardware that now powers artificial intelligence, pushed forward the technologies of three-dimensional rendering and real-time interaction, and became one of the largest creative industries in the world. The playful spirit that built that first game on a mini computer, the sense that a computer was something to create with and have fun with, turned out to be not a distraction from the serious business of computing, but one of its most powerful driving forces, a reminder that play and creativity, far from being trivial, are often where the most important innovations are born. Of all the forms the computer has taken, none has spread so far, so fast, or touched so many lives as the smartphone, which deserves to be understood not just as a gadget, but as the most successful and widespread computer ever made, the device through which most of humanity now experiences computing at all. When the modern smartphone arrived, combining a powerful computer, a touchscreen, a camera, and a constant internet connection into a single pocket-sized device, it did something no previous computer had managed. It became truly universal, reaching billions of people, including vast numbers who had never owned and would never own a traditional computer. Today, there are billions of smartphones in use around the world, far more than there are personal computers, and for a large share of humanity, the smartphone is not just their main computer, but their only one, the single device through which they connect to the entire digital world. The smartphone achieved this partly by swallowing whole categories of devices, absorbing them into itself until a single slab of glass replaced a drawer full of gadgets. The phone became your camera, and a very good one, so that dedicated cameras largely vanished from ordinary life. It became your music player, your maps and navigation system, your watch and alarm clock, your calculator, your flashlight, your notebook, your calendar, your photo album, your television, your game console, your wallet, and your primary way of reading, writing, and communicating. Each of these had once been a separate object, and the smartphone calmly consumed them all, becoming a kind of universal device that is always with you, a, a remarkable demonstration of the universal machine's flexibility, that one programmable device could become so many different tools simply by running different software. The arrival of the smartphone also created an entirely new kind of economy built around the app, the small piece of software you download to add the capability to your phone. The app stores that let anyone download software to their phone with a tap and let developers anywhere sell their creations to a global audience of billions gave rise to a vast new software industry almost overnight, in which individuals and small teams could reach the whole world, and in which whole new kinds of businesses, from ride hailing to food delivery to mobile gaming to social media, were built around the always present, always connected phone. The smartphone was not just a device, but a platform, a foundation on which an enormous ecosystem of software and services grew, reshaping industries and creating some of the largest companies in the world, all built on the simple fact that nearly everyone now carries a powerful, connected computer everywhere they go. One of the most profound effects of the smartphone has been in the developing world, where it allowed billions of people to leapfrog directly into the digital age, skipping the stages that wealthier countries went through. In many parts of the world, people who never had a landline telephone, never had a personal computer, and never had reliable access to banks or many other services, suddenly gained all of these through an affordable smartphone, jumping straight to mobile internet and mobile services without ever passing through the earlier technologies. Mobile phones brought banking to people who had never had a bank account through systems that let them send and receive money by phone, brought information and education to remote places, and connected communities that had been cut off, in many cases, transforming economies and lives. The smartphone became, for much of humanity, the great on ramp to the digital world, and its spread has been one of the fastest and most consequential adoptions of any technology in human history. But the very success and ubiquity of the smartphone has also made it the focus of the deepest concerns about technology's effect on us, precisely because it is always with us, always demanding our attention. The same device that connects us to everything also interrupts us constantly with its endless notifications and its carefully engineered pull on our attention and worries about distraction, addiction, and the effects of constant connectivity, especially on the young, center on this one device that we keep within reach every waking hour and check dozens or hundreds of times a day. The smartphone has compressed the whole story of the computer, its astonishing power and convenience, its transformation of daily life, and its troubling capacity to capture and shape our attention and behavior into a single object that most of humanity now holds in their hands. It is the culmination, so far, of the long journey from the room-sized machine to the personal device. The computer becomes so small, so capable, and so essential that billions of us now carry one everywhere. Our lives increasingly lived through its glowing screen, the universal machine, finally and fully in the pocket of the world. We have followed the shrinking of the processor and the growth of networks. But there is a third strand of the hardware story that underwent its own staggering revolution and deserves a fuller telling, and that is storage. The question of where a computer keeps its information when the power is off. In the very earliest days, programs and data lived on the same punched cards and paper tape that we met at the start, physical media with holes punched in them, which were slow to read and held pitifully little. The first big step up was magnetic tape, long reels of the same kind of material used in audio recording, which could store a great deal of data in a compact form. And for decades, the spinning reels of tape were the iconic image of a working computer. But tape had a serious limitation, because to reach a particular piece of data, you had to wind the whole reel forward or back to the right spot, which was painfully slow, fine for storing records in order, but hopeless for jumping around. The breakthrough that gave computers fast access to any piece of data came in the mid 1950s with the invention of the hard disk drive, which recorded information magnetically on rapidly spinning disks with a head that could swing to any spot almost instantly, so that any piece of data could be reached in a fraction of a second, regardless of where it sat. The very first hard disk drive was an astonishing machine and a humbling one to consider, because it was the size of two large refrigerators, weighed about a ton, and stored an amount of data that would not even hold a single one of today's ordinary photographs. From that enormous, feeble beginning, the hard disk embarked on one of the most dramatic improvement curves in all of technology, shrinking in size and exploding in capacity year after year. The lumbering refrigerator-sized unit becoming a cabinet, then a box that fit inside a computer, then a small drive you could hold in your palm, all while the amount of data it could hold grew from a tiny fraction of a photograph to thousands upon thousands of movies. Alongside the hard disk, a whole ecosystem of other storage media came and went, each defining an era. The floppy disk, a thin magnetic disk in a protective sleeve, became the way ordinary people carried and shared data and software for many years, shrinking over time from a large floppy square to a smaller rigid one, and becoming so iconic that its image survives as the save symbol in software long after the physical disks themselves have vanished. Then came optical disks, the compact disc and its successors, which used a laser to read tiny bits pressed into a shiny surface, holding far more than a floppy and becoming the standard way to distribute music, movies, and software for a generation. Each of these technologies had its day as the dominant way to store and move information, and each was eventually overtaken by something better in the same relentless march of improvement that ran through the rest of computing. The most recent revolution in storage abandoned spinning disks and moving parts altogether in favor of flash memory, which stores data purely in the electronic states of tiny cells, with nothing mechanical to move or break. Flash memory is what lives inside the memory cards in cameras, the thumb drives in pockets, and the storage of every modern phone and increasingly every computer. in the form of solid-state drives that have largely replaced the spinning hard disk in new machines. Because it has no moving parts, flash is faster, more durable, smaller, and quieter than a hard disk, and its capacity has grown enormously while its price has plummeted, so that a sliver of flash, smaller than a fingernail, can now hold what once required a building full of equipment. The journey from a ton of spinning metal holding less than a photograph to a fingernail-sized chip holding a vast library is one of the quiet wonders of the computer age. Every bit as dramatic as the more famous shrinking of the processor. And in the latest chapter, much of our data has left our own devices entirely and moved into the cloud. That vague sounding term that really means enormous warehouses full of countless hard disks and flash drives, owned by a handful of large companies that we reach over the internet. Instead of keeping your photos, documents, and files only on your own computer, you now often store them on these distant data centers, accessible from any device, anywhere, maintained and backed up by someone else. This has made our data available everywhere and freed us from worrying about our own machines failing, but it has also concentrated an astonishing amount of the world's information in the hands of a few companies and raised deep concerns about privacy, control, and who really owns the data of our lives. The story of storage, from the punched card to the cloud, mirrors the whole story of computing, a relentless march toward more capacity, smaller size, lower cost, and greater convenience. With all the wonders and all the worries that such concentration of power brings, without this parallel revolution in storage, the computers we have would be powerful brains with nowhere to keep their memories. And it is only because we learn to store unimaginable amounts of information so cheaply and so compactly that the modern world of digital photos, streaming video, and vast online libraries became possible at all. There is a piece of computing that almost no one thinks about, and yet that faintly runs the modern world, sitting underneath nearly every app, website, and business system you use, and that is the database, the technology of storing and organizing vast amounts of information so that you can find exactly what you need in an instant. From the earliest business computers, the central task was often not calculation at all, but record keeping, managing the enormous quantities of data that organizations accumulate, the accounts, the inventories, the customers, the transactions. At first, this was done in clumsy, rigid ways, with data locked into specific programs and hard to reorganize or query. The great breakthrough came around the year 1970, when a researcher proposed a new and elegant way of organizing data into simple tables of rows and columns, with clear relationships between them, an approach called the relational model that made it possible to store data flexibly and to ask almost any question of it. This relational approach and the special languages developed to query it, letting you ask a database to find, for example, all the customers in a certain city who bought a certain product last month, transformed how organizations used computers. The database became the beating heart of business computing, the reliable, queryable store of an organization's essential information, and a major industry grew up around building and selling database systems. Every time you check your bank balance, book a flight, look something up on a website, or place an order, you are behind the scenes querying a database which finds your specific data among millions of records in a fraction of a second and hands it back. It is invisible, unglamorous infrastructure, but it is absolutely basic. The organized memory on which nearly all useful computer systems depend, and the techniques for storing, indexing, and retrieving data reliably and quickly are among the most important and least celebrated achievements in all of computing. As the world went online and digital, the amount of data being generated and stored exploded beyond anything imaginable before in what came to be called big data. Every click, every search, every purchase, every message, every step tracked by a phone, every sensor in every device generates data, and all of it can now be stored cheaply and analyzed. The scale became so vast that traditional databases could not handle it, and new technologies were invented to store and process oceans of data spread across thousands of machines, allowing companies to gather and sift through quantities of information that would have been unthinkable a generation ago. This ability to collect and analyze enormous amounts of data became one of the most powerful and valuable capabilities in the modern economy because hidden in all that data are patterns, insights, and predictions worth enormous sums, from understanding customer behavior to detecting fraud to training the artificial intelligence systems that we have discussed, which are, at bottom, machines for finding patterns in vast amounts of data. This is where the story of computing takes a turn that affects everyone directly and that raises some of the most important questions of our time, because the collection and use of all this data has become the foundation of the modern technology economy in ways that are not always benign. Many of the largest and most successful technology companies in the world make their money at its core by gathering enormous amounts of data about their users, building detailed profiles of who we are and what we want, and using that to target advertising with extraordinary precision or to keep us engaged with their services as long as possible. The free services we use, the search engines, the social networks, the email, the maps, are, in a real sense, paid for with our data and our attention, and a vast, largely invisible economy has grown up around harvesting, analyzing, and monetizing the digital traces of our lives. Some have called data the new oil, the essential resource of the digital age, and the companies that command the most of it have become some of the most powerful organizations in human history. This data economy has brought real benefits, making possible free and useful services, remarkable personalization, and the artificial intelligence that data makes possible. But it has also raised profound and unresolved concerns about privacy, power, and autonomy. The same systems that recommend a useful product can manipulate. The same data that personalizes can surveil. And the concentration of so much detailed information about billions of people in the hands of a few companies and governments creates risks to privacy and even to democracy that societies are only beginning to grapple with. Questions of who owns our data, who can see it, how it can be used, and how much of our lives should be tracked and recorded at all have become some of the defining issues of the age, and they flow directly from this quiet core computing technology of the database scaled up to encompass the digital traces of all of human life. The humble business tool for keeping records has grown through the relentless logic of computing into one of the central powers and central problems of the modern world. We talk casually about the cloud and about sending things over the internet as though it were all happening in some weightless, ethereal realm. But the internet is in fact an enormous, sprawling, intensely physical thing, a vast machine of cables, computers, and signals spanning the entire planet, and it is worth appreciating the staggering physical reality behind the smooth digital surface. When you send a message or watch a video, the information does not float through the air to some abstract place. It travels at the speed of light as pulses of laser light through hair-thin strands of glass, the optical fibers that form the backbone of the modern internet, carrying almost unimaginable torrents of data as flickering light. These fiber optic cables run underground along roads and railways, climb into buildings, and, most astonishingly, snake across the floors of the oceans, with hundreds of cables laid across the seabeds connecting the continents, carrying the overwhelming majority of all international data, the lifelines of the global internet resting in the cold dark of the deep sea. It is a genuinely humbling fact that the connection between continents, the link that lets someone on one side of the world instantly video call someone on the other, runs through physical cables, often no thicker than a garden hose, lying on the ocean floor, laid painstakingly by specialized ships over thousands of miles. These undersea cables are so vital that the modern world would grind to a halt without them, and yet they are surprisingly vulnerable, occasionally damaged by ship anchors, fishing, undersea landslides, or even deliberate sabotage. And when a major cable is cut, whole regions can suffer slowdowns until it is repaired by cable ships that haul the broken ends up from the depths. The invisible, instant global communication we take for granted rests on this hidden web of physical cables, a planet wrapped in glass threads through which the light of our data endlessly flows. The other great physical pillar of the internet is the data center, the true reality behind the soft word cloud. When you store photos in the cloud, stream a film, use a web service, or talk to an artificial intelligence, your request travels to one of these data centers, enormous warehouse-sized buildings packed with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of computers called servers, humming away in long rows, storing data and doing computation on a colossal scale. These facilities are among the largest and most power-hungry buildings in the world, consuming staggering amounts of electricity, both to run the servers and to cool them, since all those machines generate tremendous heat, and the largest technology companies operate many of them around the globe, often siting them where power and cooling are cheap, near rivers or in cold climates, or beside cheap energy sources. The cloud, in other words, is not in the sky at all, but in these vast, anonymous, intensely physical warehouses full of whirring machines, which is why the cloud's appetite for energy and water has become a real environmental concern. Between the fiber cables and the data centers lies the cleverness that actually makes the internet work, the system that gets your particular packets of data to the right place among billions of possible destinations. The internet is a network of networks, and the data you send is broken into the small packets we discussed, each labeled with its destination, and these packets are passed from one specialized computer to another, called routers, each of which looks at where a packet is headed and forwards it one hop closer, like a postal system passing a letter from one sorting office to the next until it reaches its address. There is no central control directing this, no master switchboard, just billions of packets flowing through a vast mesh of routers, each making local decisions, the whole thing organized by shared agreements. The common protocols that all the networks obey, that let this enormous decentralized system function as a coherent whole. It is one of the most remarkable feats of engineering and cooperation in history. A single global network with no one in charge, assembled from countless independent pieces, all speaking the same language. The sheer scale of it all is difficult to grasp. Every second, an almost incomprehensible volume of data flows through this physical internet, through the glass fibers and the routers and the humming data centers, carrying the messages, videos, transactions, and thoughts of billions of people. The system has grown from that first stumbling message between two computers into a planet-spanning nervous system of breathtaking size and complexity, and yet it remains, at bottom, exactly what it always was, a way of getting packets of digital information from one machine to another, scaled up beyond all imagining. The next time you send a message across the world in an instant, it is worth remembering the physical journey it actually takes, racing as pulses of light through a strand of glass on the bottom of the ocean, hopping from router to router, landing in a humming warehouse full of machines, and racing back, all in a fraction of a second. A small everyday miracle resting on one of the largest and most intricate machines humanity has ever built. As soon as computers became connected and important, a shadow side emerged that has grown into one of the defining struggles of the digital age, the endless battle over security, and it is a part of the story that touches everyone now. In the early days, when computers were isolated and used only by trusted specialists, security was barely a concern. But once machines were networked together and then connected to the open internet, they became vulnerable because a connection that lets useful information flow in and out can also let harmful things in. The first dramatic demonstration of this came in the late 1980s when a young researcher released a self-replicating program onto the early internet that, through a flaw in its design, spread far faster than intended, copying itself from machine to machine until it clogged and crashed a large fraction of the computers then connected in what became one of the first major internet incidents and a wake-up call about how fragile the connected world could be. That early self-spreading program was a glimpse of what was to come, an entire ecosystem of malicious software, viruses and worms, and their many descendants, designed to spread between computers and do harm, from mischief to theft to destruction. As more and more of life moved online, with banking, shopping, communication, business, and government all running on connected computers, the incentive to attack those systems grew enormous, and the whole criminal industry arose around breaking into computers, stealing data and money, and holding systems hostage. The word hacker, which had once meant an admirable, playful explorer of machines, took on its darker popular meaning of someone who breaks into systems for theft or harm, and a perpetual cat and mouse game began, with defenders constantly building stronger protections and attackers constantly finding new ways around them, an arms race that has never stopped and never will, because any system complex enough to be useful is complex enough to have weaknesses. The crucial technology that makes it possible to do anything safely online at all is cryptography, the ancient art of secret codes transformed by mathematics and computers into the invisible foundation of digital security. The basic problem cryptography solves is how to scramble a message so that only the intended recipient can unscramble it, even if everyone can see the scrambled version. And for most of history, this required both parties to share a secret key in advance, which is impractical for strangers doing business over the internet. The breakthrough that made the modern internet economy possible came in the 1970s with the invention of a clever new kind of cryptography, in which each person has a pair of keys, one public and one private, so that anyone can use your public key to scramble a message that only your private key can unscramble, with no need to share a secret in advance. This solved the seemingly impossible problem of communicating securely with someone you have never met, and it is the reason you can safely send your credit card details to an online store you have never visited. The mathematical magic working silently behind the little lock icon in your browser. This cryptography rests on deep mathematics and beautifully on exactly the kind of unsolved difficulty we explored in the world of mathematics, because much of it relies on the fact that certain mathematical operations are easy to do but extraordinarily hard to undo. It is easy to multiply two enormous prime numbers together, but fantastically hard to take the result and work backward to find the original primes, and a great deal of modern encryption rests on that asymmetry, on problems that are quick to compute in one direction, but practically impossible to reverse. The security of much of the digital world, then, depends on these problems remaining hard, which is part of why the unsolved questions of mathematics are not just abstract curiosities, but matters of enormous practical importance, and why the arrival of at its core new kinds of computers, like the quantum computers we will come to, which might be able to crack some of these problems, is taken so seriously as a future threat to digital security. The stakes of all this have only grown as cyber attacks have moved from the work of lone mischief makers to organized crime and even to nations, with governments developing cyber weapons and waging a quiet, constant struggle in the digital realm, attacking each other's infrastructure, stealing secrets, and probing for weaknesses. Ransomware, malicious software that locks up a victim's data and demands payment, has crippled hospitals, cities, and companies. Vast troves of personal data have been stolen in enormous breaches, and the same tools of encryption that protect ordinary people's privacy and commerce also shield criminals and create tensions between security and surveillance, between the desire for privacy and the desire of governments to monitor threats. The security struggle is now a permanent feature of the connected world, an invisible war waged constantly behind the smooth surface of our devices. And it is a sobering reminder that the same connectivity that brought the world together and put human knowledge at our fingertips also created vulnerabilities and dangers that we are still learning to manage. The dream of connecting every computer came true, and with it came the never-ending task of defending them. When we picture a computer, we think of a laptop, a phone, or a server, but the overwhelming majority of computers in the world are none of these and are, in fact, invisible, hidden inside other things, unobtrusively running the machinery of modern life without our ever noticing them. These are embedded computers, small, often tiny, special purpose computers built into devices to control them, and they are everywhere, in numbers that dwarf the visible computers many times over. A modern car contains dozens or even hundreds of small computers controlling the engine, the brakes, the airbags, the entertainment system, and increasingly the driving itself. Your microwave, your washing machine, your thermostat, your television, your watch, your camera, your toys, the medical devices in hospitals, the machines in factories, the systems that run traffic lights and power grids and water systems. All of these contain computers, usually cheap, simple chips called microcontrollers, doing one dedicated job reliably and invisibly. There are billions upon billions of these embedded computers in the world, vastly outnumbering people, the silent, hidden majority of all the computers that exist. These embedded computers are made possible by exactly the same revolution we have been tracing, the shrinking of the chip until a complete little computer with processor, memory, and the ability to sense and control the world could be made for a few cents and tucked into almost anything. As chips became fantastically cheap and small, it became economical to put intelligence into objects that had never had any before, to replace mechanical controls and dumb circuits with tiny programmable computers, making devices smarter, more capable, and more flexible. A washing machine with an embedded computer can run dozens of carefully tuned cycles. A car with embedded computers can manage its engine far more efficiently and safely than any purely mechanical system could. And a medical device with an embedded computer can monitor a patient and respond intelligently. This quiet spread of computing into the fabric of ordinary objects has transformed countless products, usually so smoothly that we never think of our appliances and vehicles as being full of computers, though they thoroughly are. The next step in this trend has a name: the Internet of Things, which refers to connecting all of these embedded computers to the Internet and to each other, so that everyday objects can communicate, be monitored, and be controlled remotely. The idea is that not just our phones and computers, but our homes, cars, appliances, and cities become connected with smart thermostats you can adjust from your phone, doorbells with cameras, lights and locks, and speakers that respond to voice, factories full of connected sensors reporting their status, and entire cities instrumented with connected devices managing traffic, energy, and services. This connectivity promises real benefits, allowing devices to be smarter, more responsive, and more efficient, letting systems be monitored and optimized in ways that were never possible, and giving us remote control and automation over more and more of our environment. The vision is of a world where the physical environment itself becomes responsive and intelligent, woven through with countless connected computers, all working to make things more convenient and efficient. But this fast spreading web of connected embedded computers brings serious concerns alongside its conveniences, and they are worth taking seriously. The first is security, because every connected device is a potential target, and many embedded devices and connected gadgets have been built cheaply with little attention to security, creating billions of vulnerable points that can be hacked, hijacked, and turned into weapons, as has already happened when armies of compromised internet connected devices were used to launch massive attacks. A world full of connected cameras, locks, cars, and medical devices is a world where security failures can have frightening physical consequences, not just lost data. The second great concern is privacy and surveillance, because all these connected devices, watching, listening, and sensing throughout our homes and cities, generate enormous streams of data about our most intimate behavior, raising the prospect of a world where we are constantly monitored by the very objects around us. A level of surveillance that would have been unimaginable not long ago. So the computer, having conquered the desk, the lap, and the pocket, has silently dissolved into the world itself, becoming invisible, embedded in nearly everything. A hidden intelligence woven through the objects and infrastructure of daily life in numbers beyond counting. This may be the ultimate destiny of the universal machine that Turing imagined, not a single recognizable device, but an invisible, ubiquitous presence, so cheap and so small and so widespread that it disappears into the fabric of the world, computing everywhere and nowhere in particular. It is a remarkable culmination of the journey from the room-sized giants of the 1940s that the computer has become so small, so cheap, and so plentiful that it has vanished into the ordinary objects all around us, and that we are now surrounded at every moment by more computers than we could ever count, most of them invisible, all of them descended from that same simple idea of a machine that follows instructions, now scattered by the billions through the everyday world. Running alongside the story of computers getting smaller and cheaper is the opposite story, the relentless quest to build the biggest, fastest, most powerful computers possible, the supercomputers, machines built not for your desk, but to tackle the most demanding calculations humanity faces. From the earliest days, there have always been a small number of extraordinary machines at the very frontier of speed, far beyond ordinary computers, and the pursuit of that frontier has been its own dramatic thread. The towering figure of early supercomputing was an engineer named Seymour Cray, often called the father of the supercomputer, who, through the 1960s and 70s, designed a series of machines that were, each in its turn, by far the fastest in the world, beautiful and radical designs that pushed every limit of the technology of their day and that became iconic, instantly recognizable symbols of raw computing power used by governments and great research laboratories for their most demanding work. What makes a supercomputer super is the sheer scale of calculation it can perform, measured in the number of arithmetic operations it can do per second, a figure that has climbed from millions to billions to trillions, and now to a staggering quintillion or more operations every second in the most powerful machines, a number so large it is almost meaningless to state. The way this is achieved has changed over time, from the clever single-fast designs of the early Cray machines to the modern approach of massive parallelism, in which a supercomputer is built from tens or hundreds of thousands, even millions of processors all working together on different pieces of the same problem at once. A modern supercomputer is less a single brain than an enormous, tightly coordinated army of ordinary processors, filling great halls, consuming as much electricity as a small town, and requiring elaborate cooling to carry away the tremendous heat they generate, all harnessed to attack a single giant calculation together. These machines exist because there are problems so important and so computationally enormous that only the most powerful computers on Earth can tackle them. And the list of what supercomputers do is a list of some of humanity's hardest and most consequential questions. They simulate the Earth's climate and weather, modeling the unimaginably complex flow of the atmosphere and oceans, to forecast storms and to understand how the climate is changing. They model the behavior of nuclear weapons, allowing them to be studied without testing, and they simulate the inner workings of stars and galaxies and the early universe, letting cosmologists run the history of the cosmos forward in a machine. They are used to design new drugs and materials by simulating how molecules behave, to model the folding of proteins crucial to biology and medicine, and to crunch the vast data of particle physics experiments. Whenever a problem is too big, too complex, or too dangerous to study any other way, it is handed to a supercomputer, which becomes a kind of laboratory in itself, a place to perform experiments that could never be done in the real world. The pursuit of supercomputing speed has been, like Moore's law, a relentless race, with nations and institutions competing to build the fastest machine in the world, partly for the genuine scientific power it brings, and partly for the prestige in a contest tracked and ranked like a sporting league. The frontier has been pushed past one great milestone after another, each representing a thousand-fold increase in speed over the last, until the most powerful machines reached the almost unfathomable scale of 1 billion operations per second, a level of computation that lets scientists model the world in detail that was simply impossible before. This race has driven real innovation because the techniques developed to make these giant machines work, the ways of coordinating vast numbers of processors and moving enormous amounts of data, often filter down to ordinary computers in time, and the supercomputers of one decade hint at the everyday machines of a later one. In recent years, the worlds of supercomputing and artificial intelligence have collided and merged in a way that has reshaped both. The training of the largest modern artificial intelligence systems, the kind behind the most advanced language models and image generators, requires staggering amounts of computation, so much that it can only be done on what are essentially specialized supercomputers, vast facilities packed with thousands of the graphics derived chips we discussed, all working together for weeks or months to train a single model. So the cutting edge of supercomputing is now driven not only by the traditional scientific users, but by the enormous computational appetite of artificial intelligence, and the race to build ever more powerful machines has taken on new urgency and new players, with technology companies building private supercomputers that rival or exceed those of national laboratories. The quest for the most powerful computers possible, which began with Seymour Cray's beautiful machines crunching numbers for scientists and spies, has become central to the artificial intelligence revolution. And the biggest computers humanity builds are now increasingly the engines on which the future of artificial intelligence is being trained. The artificial intelligence that has transformed the world in recent years rests on one particular idea with a long and turbulent history, an idea twice abandoned and twice revived before it finally triumphed. And that idea is the artificial neural network. The story begins surprisingly early in the late 1950s when a researcher built a machine inspired by the neurons of the brain, a system of simple artificial neurons that could learn to recognize patterns by adjusting the strengths of its connections in response to examples. This early system, with the hopeful name suggesting it could perceive, caused a wave of excitement and bold predictions that machines would soon learn to see, speak, and think. The first great surge of optimism about brain inspired artificial intelligence. For a moment, it seemed the path to thinking machines might run straight through these networks of artificial neurons. Then came the first crash. In the late 1960s, two prominent researchers published a careful analysis showing that these early neural networks, in their simple form, had severe limitations, that there were basic problems they, at its core, could not solve, and this critique from respected figures largely convinced the field that neural networks were a dead end. Funding and interest collapsed, and the approach fell out of favor for years, pushed to the margins while artificial intelligence research turned instead to a completely different strategy, trying to capture intelligence in explicit rules and logic, hand coding human knowledge into systems rather than letting machines learn it from data. This rule-based approach had its own successes and its own later disappointments, contributing to the cycle of hype and collapse that gave the field its repeated winters. But through it all, neural networks lay largely dormant, kept alive by only a small band of stubborn believers who suspected the idea had been abandoned too soon. The believers were eventually vindicated in stages. In the 1980s, researchers worked out a powerful method for training neural networks with many layers, a technique for efficiently adjusting all the connections in a deep network by working backward from its errors, which overcame some of the limitations that had doomed the early systems. This revived interest for a time, but neural networks still could not quite deliver on their promise, held back by two stubborn shortages: a lack of enough example data to learn from, and a lack of enough raw computing power to train large networks. The idea was sound, but the world was not yet ready to feed it, and so neural networks remained promising but disappointing for another stretch, with the small community of researchers continuing to refine the methods and wait for the hardware and the data to catch up to their vision. Both dams finally broke in the early 2010s, in the breakthrough we touched on earlier, and it is worth marking the moment because it changed everything. The internet had by then produced unimaginable oceans of data, billions of labeled images, and vast quantities of text, exactly the fuel that data-hungry neural networks needed. And the graphics chips developed for video games turned out to be nearly perfect for the kind of parallel calculation that training neural networks requires, providing the long-missing computing power cheaply and abundantly. When researchers combined these, training a deep neural network on a huge collection of images using powerful graphics chips, the results in a famous image recognition contest around the year 2012 were so dramatically better than anything before that the whole field of artificial intelligence pivoted almost overnight, abandoning the older approaches and rushing toward deep neural networks, now called deep learning. The idea that had been dismissed and left for dead twice, suddenly worked spectacularly, and the revolution was on. What followed has been a cascade of breakthroughs at a breathtaking pace, as deep learning was turned loose on problem after problem, learning to recognize images and speech, to translate languages, to master games, and eventually, with a crucial new design for handling sequences and language that appeared around the year 2017, to produce and understand human language with startling fluency. That last innovation opened the door to the large language models behind the most recent wave of artificial intelligence, systems trained on vast amounts of human writing that can converse, answer questions, write, and assist in ways that can be hard to distinguish from a person, the technology that has brought artificial intelligence so forcefully into public awareness. It is worth holding on to the long arc of this story because it is a lesson in patience and in the danger of declaring ideas dead, that the foundation of the most powerful technology of our age was an idea inspired by the brain, dismissed as a failure, revived and disappointed, dismissed again, and kept alive by a stubborn few, until at last the data and the computing power caught up and it transformed the world. The thinking machine that pioneers dreamed of in the 1950s took far longer and a far stranger road to arrive than anyone imagined, and it came, in the end, not from teaching machines our rules, but from building them brains, however crude, and letting them learn for themselves. We touched briefly on the quantum computer as the next strange frontier, but it is worth a fuller look because it represents a genuinely different kind of computing, not just a faster version of what we have, but a machine that harnesses the deepest and strangest rules of physics to compute in a way that classical machines never could. Every computer we have discussed so far, from the abacus to the most powerful supercomputer, is at heart a classical machine, doing what Turing imagined, manipulating bits that are firmly either 0 or 1, one definite state at a time. A quantum computer is built on a completely different foundation, using the bizarre rules of quantum mechanics that we explored in the story of physics, where a particle can exist in a blur of possibilities at once rather than a single definite state. Its basic unit is not the ordinary bit, but the quantum bit, or qubit, and a qubit, thanks to the strange principle of superposition, can be not just 0 or 1, but a mixture of both at the same time, holding multiple possibilities simultaneously. This sounds like a mere curiosity, but its consequences are profound, because when you link many qubits together through the deep quantum connection called entanglement, the number of possibilities they can represent at once grows explosively. A handful of qubits can, in a sense, represent and work on an enormous number of combinations simultaneously, so that a quantum computer can explore a vast space of possibilities all at once, rather than checking them one by one as a classical computer must. For certain very specific kinds of problems, this allows a quantum computer to find an answer fantastically faster than any classical machine ever could. Not just a little faster, but so much faster that a calculation which would take an ordinary computer longer than the age of the universe might be done by a quantum computer in a reasonable time. It is at its core, new way of computing, exploiting the strangeness of quantum reality itself as a computational resource. The problems where this quantum advantage applies are special, and one of them is deeply consequential because it connects directly to the security we discussed earlier. In the 1990s, it was shown that a quantum computer, if a large enough one could be built, would be able to crack the encryption that protects much of the digital world by quickly solving the very problem, factoring huge numbers into their prime building blocks, that classical encryption relies on being impossibly hard. This is why the prospect of quantum computing is taken so seriously and watched so warily, because a sufficiently powerful quantum computer could, in principle, break much of the cryptography that secures the internet, banking, and secrets, which has already set off a race to develop new forms of encryption that would be safe even against quantum machines. Beyond code breaking, quantum computers hold great promise for simulating the behavior of molecules and materials, which are themselves quantum systems, potentially revolutionizing chemistry, drug discovery, and materials science by letting us model nature at its deepest level and for solving certain enormous optimization problems. But building a quantum computer is fiendishly, almost unbelievably difficult, which is why, despite decades of effort and enormous investment, the quantum computers that exist today are still small, fragile, and limited. The central problem is that the delicate quantum states that give these machines their power are extraordinarily sensitive, easily disturbed by the slightest interaction with their environment. A stray bit of heat or vibration or stray particle, which causes the fragile superpositions to collapse and the computation to dissolve into noise, a problem called decoherence. To protect the qubits, quantum computers must often be cooled to temperatures colder than deep space, near absolute zero, and shielded with extraordinary care, and even then, the qubits remain error-prone and can only hold their quantum states for tiny fractions of a second. Overcoming this through elaborate error correction schemes, which require many physical qubits to create a single reliable one, is one of the great challenges, and it means that a truly powerful, reliable quantum computer of the kind that could break encryption or revolutionize chemistry may still be years or decades away, if it can be built at all. It is important to be clear-eyed about what quantum computers are and are not. They are not simply faster computers that will replace the machine on your desk. And for the vast majority of everyday tasks, from writing to browsing to gaming, a quantum computer would offer no advantage at all over a classical one, and would in fact be far worse. They are specialized machines, useful only for a particular set of problems that happen to suit their strange abilities, and they will, if they mature, work alongside classical computers rather than replacing them, handling those special problems while ordinary computers do everything else. There have been milestones with companies and laboratories building quantum machines that have, in carefully chosen demonstrations, performed specific calculations faster than the best classical supercomputers, hints of the power to come, though these remain narrow proofs of concept rather than generally useful machines. Whether quantum computing will ultimately fulfill its enormous promise or remain a perpetually almost ready technology is still genuinely uncertain, one of the open questions at the frontier of computing, but it represents the most radical new idea in how to compute since Turing, a machine that does not just calculate faster, but harnesses the deepest strangeness of the universe itself to do things no ordinary computer ever could. It is worth pausing before we reach the end to take in just how profoundly the computer has reshaped human life and society, because the technical story we have been telling is also ultimately a human story, perhaps the most consequential transformation of daily life since the Industrial Revolution. Within a single human lifetime, the computer went from a rare, room-sized curiosity tended by a handful of specialists to a device that nearly every person on Earth carries in their pocket, always on, always connected, woven into almost every waking hour. The smartphone, in particular, completed a transformation that nothing else has matched, putting a powerful, connected computer into billions of hands and changing how we communicate, work, learn, shop, navigate, date, argue, and entertain ourselves so thoroughly that for much of humanity it is now difficult to remember or imagine life without it. The benefits of this transformation are genuinely staggering and easy to take for granted. The sum of human knowledge is now accessible instantly and almost for free to anyone with a connected device, a power that earlier generations could scarcely have dreamed of. People separated by oceans can see and speak with each other for nothing. Families stay connected across any distance, and communities form around shared interests regardless of geography. Vast new industries and forms of work have been created. Knowledge that was once locked away has been democratized, and tools of creativity, from writing to music to film to art, have been placed within reach of ordinary people who could never have afforded the professional equipment of the past. In medicine, science, education, and countless other fields, the computer has accelerated progress and opened possibilities that simply did not exist before. And much of the comfort and capability of modern life rests invisibly on the quiet work of countless computers. But the same transformation has brought serious and growing troubles, and any honest reckoning has to hold both at once. The very devices that connect us can also isolate and distract us, engineered, as we saw, to capture and hold our attention for profit, with real consequences for mental health, focus, and well-being, especially for the young. The flood of information has come mixed with a flood of misinformation, and the social networks that let everyone speak have also amplified outrage, deepened divisions, and made it harder than ever to agree on what is even true. The harvesting of our data has created systems of surveillance and influence of a scale and subtlety never before possible, concentrated in the hands of a few enormous companies and powerful governments. And automation, now supercharged by artificial intelligence, raises hard questions about the future of work and about who will share in the wealth these technologies create. The computer has been a tool of liberation and a tool of control, of connection and of division. And which of these dominates is not determined by the technology itself, but by the choices we make about how to build and use it. We are also living through a moment of particularly rapid and uncertain change because the artificial intelligence we have traced is now advancing so quickly that it is hard to see where it leads. Machines that can see, understand language, generate convincing text and images, write code, and increasingly act in the world are moving from laboratories into everyday life at a remarkable pace, promising enormous benefits in productivity, medicine, science, and creativity, while also raising deep and genuine concerns about jobs, about truth and trust in a world where anything can be faked, about the concentration of power, and about the longer term challenge of keeping ever more capable and autonomous systems safe and aligned with human values. The same universal machine that Turing imagined, having conquered calculation, communication, and so much else, is now reaching towards something like thought itself. And we are only at the very beginning of understanding what that will mean for us. What is perhaps most striking, standing back from the whole sweep of it, is the sheer speed of the change. The technologies that now define daily life for billions of people, the smartphone, the mobile internet, social media, practical artificial intelligence, are mostly the work of just the last few decades, an eye blink in the span of human history, and there is no sign that the pace is slowing. The people tending the fragile vacuum tubes of the first computers, only a single long lifetime ago, could not possibly have imagined the world their machines would create. And it is humbling to realize that we are almost certainly just as blind to what the next few decades will bring. We are not at the end of the computer revolution, but somewhere in the turbulent middle of it, still discovering, often the hard way, how to live well alongside the machines we have made, still wrestling with how to capture their immense promise while containing their real dangers. The story of the computer is, in the end, still being written, and we are all, whether we chose to be or not, characters in it, living through one of the great transformations in the history of our species. Those game playing triumphs were the visible peaks of a much older and deeper quest, the dream, present from the very beginning, that a machine might not just calculate, but actually think. Ada Lovelace had wandered about it back in the 1840s, and Alan Turing returned to it directly in the year 1950 in a famous paper that asked, simply, can machines think? Rather than try to settle that slippery question, Turing proposed a practical test, now called the Turing test. If you could hold a conversation through text with something hidden behind a wall, and you genuinely could not tell whether you were talking to a human or a machine, then, he argued, it would be unreasonable to deny that the machine was, in some meaningful sense, thinking. He sidestepped the philosophy and turned it into a concrete challenge, and that challenge has hung over the field ever since. The dream of artificial intelligence is as old as the computer itself. The field got its name and its formal start at a summer gathering of researchers in the year 1956, where the term artificial intelligence was coined, and the mood was wildly optimistic. The pioneers genuinely believed that a machine with human level intelligence might be only a decade or two away, and they made bold predictions that now look almost charmingly naive. Early programs could prove mathematical theorems and play simple games, and each small success fed the excitement. But the optimism kept crashing into a wall because the things that are easy for humans, like recognizing a face, understanding a sentence, or knowing that water is wet, turned out to be staggeringly hard for computers, while the things we find hard, like enormous calculations, were easy for them. Again and again, researchers promised human-like intelligence, failed to deliver, and watched the funding and enthusiasm collapse. A boom and bust cycle so repetitive that the field came to call the dry spells the AI winters. For decades, artificial intelligence was a field that overpromised and underdelivered, and serious researchers sometimes avoided the very name. The approach that finally broke through had actually been around in rough form since the early days, and it was inspired by the brain itself. Instead of trying to program a computer with explicit rules for every situation, the idea was to build a network of simple artificial neurons loosely modeled on the cells in our own brains, and then, rather than telling it the rules, to train it by showing it huge numbers of examples and letting it gradually adjust its own internal connections until it got things right. This is called a neural network, and the broader approach of letting machines learn from data instead of following handwritten rules is called machine learning. For a long time, these networks were promising but weak, held back by two things: a lack of enough example data to learn from, and a lack of enough raw computing power to train them. By the early 2010s, both of those dams broke at once. The internet had produced unimaginable oceans of data, billions of images and texts, and it turned out that the specialized chips originally built to draw graphics for video games were nearly perfect for the kind of math that training neural networks requires. With enough data and enough computing muscle, these networks suddenly began to work astonishingly well. The turning point is often dated to around the year 2012, when a neural network shattered the existing records at recognizing the contents of photographs, and the whole field realized that this approach, now called deep learning, was the real thing at last. Progress became explosive. Machines learned to recognize speech, translate between languages, identify objects, and master games once thought to require deep human intuition, sometimes surpassing the best humans in the world. And in the most recent chapter, researchers built enormous neural networks trained on vast amounts of human writing, which learned to produce fluent, coherent language and to hold conversations, answer questions, and write text in a way that, decades after Turing proposed his test, can be startlingly hard to distinguish from a person. These systems are not conscious, and they do not understand the world the way people do, working instead by detecting and continuing patterns in the data they were trained on. But their abilities have advanced so quickly that they have moved artificial intelligence from a perennial disappointment to one of the most powerful and most debated technologies of our time, raising deep questions about work, truth, creativity, and what we even mean by intelligence. After all the false dawns, the old dream from the summer of 1956 suddenly feels very present, and nobody is quite sure where it leads. And the frontier keeps moving, because even as ordinary computers grow ever more powerful, scientists are building a completely different kind of machine that works on entirely new rules: the quantum computer. An ordinary computer, for all its speed, is still doing what Turing imagined, flipping bits that are either zero or one definite state at a time. A quantum computer instead uses the strange rules of the quantum world we met in the story of physics, where a particle can be in a blur of many states at once, to build a bit, called a qubit, that can be a mixture of 0 and 1 simultaneously, and to link qubits together through entanglement so they act in concert. In principle, this lets a quantum computer explore an enormous number of possibilities at the same time, which could make certain specific problems, ones that would take an ordinary computer longer than the age of the universe, suddenly solvable. Quantum computers are still in their infancy, fiendishly hard to build because the delicate quantum states fall apart at the slightest disturbance, and they will never replace the ordinary computer for everyday tasks. But for a handful of special problems in chemistry, materials, and code breaking, they may one day do things no normal computer ever could, and they represent the next strange chapter in the long story of building machines that compute. So step back and look at the whole arc, from a stone used for counting to a quantum machine that borrows the rules of subatomic particles. The thread running through all of it is a single, almost unbelievable idea, the one Turing pinned down in 1936, that a machine following simple instructions can, with the right instructions, become any machine at all. Everything else, every transistor and chip and language and network, has been about making that universal machine faster, smaller, cheaper, and more connected. In well under a single human lifetime, this idea took us from room-sized calculators that broke down every few hours to a connected web of devices that holds humanity's collective knowledge and fits in a pocket, and that increasingly seems to talk back. What I find worth sitting with is that we are clearly still in the early part of this story, not the end. The people in the 1940s tending their fragile vacuum tubes could not have dreamed of the smartphone, just as we almost certainly cannot dream of what comes next. But the deepest part of it has not changed at all since a young mathematician imagined an endless paper tape and a simple set of rules, and proved that such a thing could, in principle, do anything that can be done. Every computer that will ever exist is still at heart that one universal machine, patiently following instructions, one step at a time. We just keep finding new things to tell it to be.